Good evening, everyone. We will convene the January 15th meeting of MCE Board of Directors at the time of 6:31 p.m. I want to thank everyone for making it out here to Concord so that we can all be together. I hope each of you had a wonderful holiday season, and as well as just Happy New Year to each and every one of you as we kick off this new year, this board meeting. As we begin 2026, I just want to express my appreciation and dedication to each and every one of you just for your time and your commitment to serving on the board. I know that we have been putting a lot of hours in, and I just appreciate that time so that we can continue to move forward, with MCE's mission and the work that needs to be done. I also want to include just this year that we'll be facing some important policies decisions, such as MCE proposed rate reduction, potential changes to our integrated resource plan for energy supply, and budget workshop and budget setting for a new fiscal year, and our government assessment so that we continue to look at how we move forward with our board and success of MCE as well. And conversations and talking to some of the different supervisors and being the supervisor that I've been serving for Contra Costa County for 1 year now, I got a chance to meet Liz, our supervisor over in Napa at one of our CSAC conferences, and we were sharing that, how board meetings start. And so in Contra Costa, we usually start with a quote or a special thought to just, keep us grounded. And I believe, Liz, you shared that you bring in pets, right? Yeah. If you could
Yes,
share a little bit.
absolutely. So we have a new CEO as of a couple years ago. Ryan Alsop came from Kern County, and he found that if he starts his board meetings with a pet of the day from the shelter, it gets everybody kind of calms everybody down, gets everybody grounded, and we're all going, oh, look at the cute pet. And the pet gets adopted every single time. So it just sets a tone for a really positive meeting and a little pet therapy and pet adoption. So I recommend it.
Yeah. So it would be nice to look forward to doing something similar that we can discuss in the future, but just setting the tone and just grounding us to get more focused on the work. So the quote that I have for today is "Alone we can do so little, but together we can do so much," by Helen Keller. And I hope that together with all the work that we have to do today with this agenda and in this upcoming year, that we can come together and be able to accomplish a lot for 2026. And with that, Madam Clerk, would you please call roll?
Belvedere,
Present.
Venetia,
Here.
Concord,
I'm here.
Contra Costa County,
Here.
Corte Madera, Danville,
Here.
El Cerrito.
Here.
Thank you. Fairfax,
Here.
Fairfield,
Here.
Hercules,
Here.
Lafayette,
Here.
Larkspur,
Here.
Marin County, Martinez,
Present.
Mill Valley,
Here.
Moraga,
Here.
Napa,
Here.
Napa County and 4 Napa cities,
Here.
Novato,
Here.
Oakley, Pinole,
Here.
Pittsburgh,
Here.
Pleasant Hill, Richmond, Ross, San Anselmo, San Pablo, San Rafael, San Ramon, Sausalito, Solano County.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes.
Tiburon, Vallejo.
Also, yup.
Thank you. Walnut Creek,
Yep.
quorum established.
Well, thank you to our Solano County directors to keep a smile on our face. Next, we're moving on to board announcements. Are there any board announcements from our directors? Are there any board announcements via Zoom and the locations online? All right, seeing none. All right. And then are there any members from the public joining us via Zoom in those locations so that we know?
Yes, my name is Allison Madden, and I wanted to speak in general public comments.
Okay, that'll be our next, we'll move on to the next item, which will be public open time.
I'm also,
Item is-
there are others.
This is the opportunity for members of the public to make comments on the closed session item as well as anything that is not on the agenda. Do we have any members of the public in Concord that would like to speak at this time?
My name is Alicia Minion, and I was going to ask for a favor if item 10, which is regarding the Corby project, that could be moved up since we have several people here from Solano County. Thank you. And it's a long drive. Thank you.
Do we have any additional public comment?
Yes, I have my hand up. Not sure which way you do that.
Yes, you can make your public comment at this time, sir.
Okay, yeah, my name is Ron Arliss and former mayor of Larkspur. And I'm attending here because as a citizen, I have some concerns about aspects of MCE's governance and processes which can negatively impact your financial performance and perhaps adversely affect costs to taxpayers. I'd like to make some suggestions to improve perhaps your transparency and your oversight. First and most importantly, I'd like to discuss your energy contracts, which I believe should be subject to more robust disclosure, scrutiny, and discussion. To this end, I'd like to offer 5 suggestions. Number 1, none of these contracts, which are critical to your performance, should be approved by a consent calendar. All contracts should be thoroughly reviewed and approved by your full board or your relevant committee. Number 2, none of the contracts should be signed or committed to unless having received the approval from the appropriate committee. I would remind the MCE that illegally signed contracts could expose you to contracts being void or litigated. Number 3, make sure your existing contracts are audited for compliance with your governance policy, financial prudence, and the pricing versus market. Number 4, your technical committee should be given sufficient detail prior to approving any contracts. Number 5, all short-term contracts should be subject to advanced scrutiny by your technical committee prior to any approval. Second thing, this is critical for ethical governance. There should be no pre-meetings between staff and groups of directors. Otherwise, you raise the potential for serial Brown Act violations. Number 4, all committees should be scheduled, but only canceled by your committee chair. management, your staff, has no authority to cancel something without the approval of a committee chair. If you decide to implement some or all of these, I firmly believe that you'll have a chance to improve public confidence in MCE and going forward. And that is very critical if we're all going to be in this together to address climate change and make sure that we have a positive impact through your organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment, Jody Timms. Jody Timms?
Yeah, I believe Sean was before me, but I'm happy to go next, I guess. I'll just dive in. So I feel a little bit of trepidation in sharing my comments tonight, but there has been a lot of consternation really about hot mics. And I just wanted to share that at the January 5th Executive Committee meeting, for those directors who weren't there, I gave public comment on Zoom about an item. This was 4.5 hours after the meeting had begun. The item isn't important. What I wanted to mention now was that 6 minutes after I gave those public comments, I apparently was still unmuted. I know we get a request to unmute, but I assumed I would have been muted at the end of my comments. However, 6 minutes after I gave those comments, I made a spontaneous, exasperated, soft expletive that the entire meeting could hear. And the chair politely said he wasn't sure who said that and why, but that it wasn't anyone in the room, and he graciously moved on. But I, however, was quite embarrassed to realize that everyone heard my public remark. What I assumed was private was in fact public. So I want to apologize for that. But I give a lot of public comment at meetings across Marin, and I'm usually muted by staff. After I give that, I'm asked to I have to unmute myself, but then I am muted by staff after those public comments. So I don't know if that is a staff issue, if I should have been those comments closed off or my microphone, but I just again want to apologize. I was just exasperated by the length of the meeting and was eager to see the meeting end. And I wasn't commenting or expressing an opinion about the content of the meeting. So I do think it's important for all of us to remember, obviously, to mute ourselves, to unmute ourselves, to mute ourselves. But I don't want this to happen again to me or to somebody in the public. So I'm going to be more cautious about being sure I'm unmuted when I'm finished, but that may be something that staff members should take on. I am automatically muted in public comment on meetings all the time. So anyway, again, my apologies if I offended anybody with my soft expletive. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment will be from Sean Marshall.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. Good evening, members of the MCE board. My name is Sean Marshall, and I'm the current CEO of Peninsula Clean Energy, a longtime resident of Marin County and MCE customer, a former council member and mayor from the city of Mill Valley, and one of MCE's founders dating back to 2006, before the agency was formed. I'm joining you tonight as a member of the public to express my concern over the ongoing vitriol and negative press over the past several months. I'd like to make 4 key points, if I may. The first is related to agency operations and management. Our team works almost daily with your CEO, senior management, and senior leadership on a regular basis, and we have experienced nothing but the highest in professionalism and best practices in over a decade of working together. I'm glad to see that MCE is looking to pursue a governance assessment. Great. In the name of ongoing operational excellence, and at the same time, is proactively correcting misinformation, half-truths, and misstatements when they occur, so they don't show up in the press later, perhaps taken out of context. The second is related to energy contracts and budget. When the series came out in the IJ in late October, our team at PCE closely reviewed the stated issues with a particular focus on budget variances and contracting. And while unfortunate, contrary to Councilmember Arliss, I must say we found nothing related to mismanagement or malfeasance in either case. Not everything can be shared in a public forum, and there are commercial issues that must be tended to. We also have to deal with energy market volatility, unplanned compliance mandates, invoice and allocation payment lags. We are also dealing with lower than projected energy sales due to mild weather conditions. And while this will be offset by lower power costs, it does not solve the whole budget problem. Third, I want to comment on the important role that you play as a member of the board. I once sat in your seat, I want to say probably over 10 years ago now, and I know firsthand how complicated this business is. It takes years to understand the nuances of energy markets, regulatory compliance, and all of it. And this is why MCE, Peninsula, and other CCAs have hired professional staff to run the agency operations. And may I say that MCE has some of the best in the business. But staff cannot succeed without an informed and supportive board. It's great to debate and find a disagree at times, but I really hope the few angry members of the board will find a way to come back to the table in a way that's constructive, with an attitude of cooperation, learning, a commitment to rebuilding trust. Anything else is demoralizing, destabilizing, and hinders your progress, and it is sad to see. Finally, as a longtime advocate, customer, and practitioner now in the CCA space, I find it a shame that the IJ decided to take the low road. And it did so without any counterbalance or recognition of the 15 years of groundbreaking value that MCE has delivered for 15 years. Without MCE, PCE, and 23 other CCAs would not exist. Billions of dollars in electric rates would not be saved, and millions of metric tons of carbon would still be in the air.
I'm sorry, Miss Marshall, to cut you off. I just,
Very good.
I know
Thank you.
we have other public comment. I just want to be fair to.
Very good. The rest is in your packet. I look forward to a balanced 4-part series on all of MCE's accomplishments. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Do we have any additional public comments via Zoom?
I see no raised hands, Chair.
All right. Thank you.
I'm on the phone. My name's Allison Madden. I'm on the phone, but I can wait. I don't know if someone's on Zoom.
No, we'll take your public comment now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm a newer customer to MCE. I really appreciate the comments that were just made. I feel like I've learned a lot. I also didn't like the series in the IJ. I could tell as a new customer and a fresh reader that it didn't appear balanced. I'm calling to ask for your help because I had the federal incentive for a new EV, and I bought it on New Year's Eve, and I had no idea that the MCE rebate would just end and be taken away because it ran out of money. And if I had known that there was any reasonable likelihood that that would end, I would have really tried to get the car sooner. I had to give a $250 deposit to get the VIN reserved because the inventory wasn't there. And then the car came in on order. And when I filled it out, I filled out both the federal information and the MCE form. And I thought that $3,500 was there through the end of the year. To my knowledge, there wasn't an end date projected or a very prominent statement that it could run out of funds. I would have checked back in more regularly. And so I asked for a variance. I had someone call me, and they seemed really positive that they would advocate for me as a new customer and somebody who's, for the first time getting a fully electric vehicle. And then I got email responses from, I'm not exactly sure who is making the decision, but they keep repeating that I didn't meet the exact parameters by having the full purchase of the car done by November 30th, which I know, but I would have really tried to do that if I'd been made aware that this 3,500 might go away. And I do believe that for, you know, a new customer who joined in part for this reason, not in full, that a variance of 1 month can be approved. And I'd really like you all to look into that. It's 3,500. It's not going to bankrupt MCE. I know that there's financial challenges, but you know, I just feel like I should have qualified for that given the circumstances. So if, you know, some attention could be called to this, or maybe escalation beyond the level that I'm at now, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. We're trying to see if we see your phone number online so that staff can follow up with you. Okay, so we do see.
Oh, sorry. I could give it to you. I don't really care.
Oh, no,
Do
I
you
don't
see
want
it?
you to give your phone number because it's public. And so I don't want everyone from the public to have your phone number, ma'am.
It's all right with me, but I list it on all my public facing stuff, but that's all right. Did it show up?
Yes, it showed up.
Okay. Thank you very
And
much.
I'm sorry, can we just get your name so that we could put your name by your number? It's
Sure.
not showing up on the screen here.
Sure. Yeah. Allison Madden, 1L, and Madden like the coach.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your service.
Was that our last public comment?
No raised hands, but it might be. I see no raised hands, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move on to our next item, item number 4, report from our CEO.
Thank you, Chair. And good evening, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this report. I want to first highlight our 2025 impact report, which looks like this and should be in front of you. It reflects on MCE's first 15 years of service to our communities. Since 2010, MCE has grown to serve roughly 600,000 customer accounts while helping reduce nearly 548 metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions and delivering about $80 million in customer bill savings and discounts. Extra copies are available at our front desk for any members of the public that might need one. Next, due to the many cases of misinformation circulating about MCE in recent months, we will be pausing as needed throughout this meeting to correct any inaccurate information with facts. We realize this may slow the meeting down, but I'm sure you are all aligned in wanting to make sure all of our meeting participants come away with accurate information. Also, to help avoid misinformation and to help streamline questions during meetings, staff offered 2 rounds of office hours today before the meeting. And the goal of the office hours is to address any issues and questions in advance, saving time during meetings. We are careful in scheduling these meetings to avoid any Brown Act issues. And this is a common practice in advance of city councils and board of supervisor meetings for many of our member agencies. And that's where the idea came from. Thank you to the board member who joined today. We just had one. I want to encourage you all to take us up on this in the future. If you have questions and things that might require a bit of time to dive into. And with that said, I would like to address several topics relating to questions, comments, or misinformation from recent meetings. First, at our December Executive Committee meeting, a serious inaccurate allegation was made alleging a hot mic conversation occurring between 2 MCE staff regarding removal of board members from committees in the November board meeting. It is the board who determines membership in committees, not staff. And the conversation captured on video and audio was between two board members in the San Rafael location, not between anyone in Concord. I'd like to remind board members to fact check statements in advance of public meetings to avoid misleading our customer base and the local media. On financial matters, MCE is financed by the revenues received from our customers based on the electricity they consume. As a self-funded, not-for-profit agency that does not use any tax dollars, we also ensure that any financial benefits directly serve the community. Unaudited quarterly financial statements are interim updates, which rely on the best available data, including preliminary estimates and accruals pending invoices. While unaudited quarterly statements can be useful for monitoring recent trends, the audited financial statements provide the definitive financial results. 3 months are needed to provide accurate data due to time lags inherent in the electricity sector. Settlement data from the California Independent System Operator, or CAISO, is for load and generation, and it's typically finalized and billed 70 days after the trade date. Also, MCE purchases most of its power in advance under fixed price agreements, and we have to pay for power regardless of customer usage. So lower sales don't translate into lower energy costs. If MCE were to reduce our hedging, short-term savings could occur when sales or spot prices are low. But if market prices exceeded projections due to extreme weather events or unusual market dynamics, MCE would be exposed to extremely high real-time market prices for all unhedged loads. As far as financial results, MCE produced a positive change in our net position of $13 million in fiscal year 24-25, not a net loss. This information is detailed on page 4 of the audited financial results on our website and presented to your board in September. The net positive result occurred despite a surge in energy costs in 2024 that was discussed with the board and executive committee at multiple points before, during, and after the surge, including during the budget setting process and the mid-year pro forma update. The surge in energy costs, combined with regulatory impacts on our PG&E energy costs and a significant early invoice, all had a negative impact on MCE's operating revenue for the year. MCE did have an operating loss of $12 million, not an operating loss of $200 million in our last fiscal year. And that loss of $12 million is shown on page 11 of the audited financials. Looking backwards, in the prior fiscal year, MCE produced an operating gain of $144 million and a positive change in net position of $159 million. The prior year, MCE produced a positive change in net position of $41 million. And just as a reminder, MCE's financials undergo a third-party professional audit each year. Results are always publicly available and posted on the website. Q2 financials have been released and are trending below budget. You will notice lower than projected sales revenue, and this is due to mild summer weather. This July was actually our mildest on record for MCE. You'll also see a decrease in the cost of power. And as we've discussed in numerous meetings over the last 2 years, renewable energy costs reached an all-time high in 2024 and have been falling since. So as we layer in contracts over time, the impact of the lower costs are having more of an impact each quarter on our financials. There was also a question at our last board meeting about credit ratings. MCE is currently rated A by S&P, A- by Fitch, and A3 by Moody's. Because there have been questions about how we sign contracts, I will recap the procurement process and the delegated authority for MCE. Unlike our private counterparts, we are a public entity required by the Brown Act to make public all information presented to our board and our standing committees. Unlike our private competitors, we are not able to conduct private meetings with the board or standing committees to discuss market-sensitive information. Because we are a market participant in a competitive market, MCE's board has set policy to balance the goals of transparency, board oversight, and protecting ratepayers by consulting with the board and standing committees on broad policy goals and objectives while delegating to staff authority to implement the broad board direction through negotiation and execution of specific contract terms. As is common in the energy sector, procurement is done through long and short-term agreements laddered over time. Some short-term agreements are entered into with a quick turnaround. Prices are only held for a few hours. Resolution 2022-04 directs the CEO to execute short-term contracts of 1 year or less, and the TechCom chair with the CEO to execute contracts between 1 and 5 years, consistent with a board-approved resource plan and budget. This procurement follows MCE's board and TechCom approved IRP, or Integrated Resource Plan, and it also follows our board-approved risk management policy, particularly Section 6.2 and 6.3. Consultation has occurred through annual updates at the beginning of each year from the CEO to the technical committee regarding the types of products MCE will be soliciting for and securing, including the need for hedges, resource adequacy, and short-term renewable energy to fill any needed shortfall in planned or delivered volumes. Specific short-term contracts do not go to the committee to protect MCE's position in the market and to allow market engagement with quick timeframes aligned with industry norms. TechCom detailed consultation occurs through the Operational Integrated Resource Plan, which was last approved in 2021 and sets important direction for MCE to follow in negotiating and executing contracts, which all comply with the plan. We will begin updating the IRP in the next 3 months, so we look forward to input on that. There have been a small number of instances where the technical committee chair has been unavailable to execute agreements that have been previously consulted with TechCom, as just outlined, and the board chair has stepped in graciously to sign in his place and prevent MCE from losing the deal in the market. Also, as required under Resolution 2020-04, all executed contracts between 1 and 5 years are reported to the board. And then on the topic of voting, there have been some questions and some misunderstandings. So I just want to clarify that MCE conducts voting in accordance with the rules established in our Joint Powers Authority Agreement, and that will be discussed further later tonight. But just for a historical perspective, at the time of formation, there was some consideration that the agency could take on other initiatives besides energy supply. The largest members at the time, the County of Marin, San Rafael, and Novato, wanted to ensure that weighted voting or voting shares would apply, given the substantially larger amount of load in those communities. The weighted voting shares concept has been applied to other CCAs forming after MCE. The use of weighted voting shares was an important element for some of your jurisdictions in deciding whether to join MCE and is part of the governing rules adopted when your jurisdiction signed the JPA agreement. The voting shares are updated each year. Most recently, they were updated on April 17th, the last year. Item C3 on the agenda if you want to take a look, and that'll be coming back to your board this spring. Last fall, board members asked questions about how the weighted vote would apply in upcoming decisions being made by the board, and concerns were raised that it was not clear how the weighted votes impacted outcomes. There were also efforts made to change the legal guidance provided to the agency regarding application of the weighted votes. To provide more transparency regarding the weighted voting process, the order of roll call was adjusted from alphabetical order to the order of weight. No changes were made to the impact of any votes, but the roll call was simply reordered to make the weight of each vote less obscure for meeting participants. In response to the feedback from the board, The order of the roll call has now been reverted to alphabetical. On generation rates, I wanted to clarify that MCE's generation rates fall squarely in the middle across all 24 CCAs and the 3 investor-owned utilities. The largest factors impacting MCE's customer bills are PG&E charges, such as PCIA fees. PCIA is the Power Charge Indifference Adjustment, also known as an exit fee. The PCIA fees have been higher for MCE than most other providers. As we will discuss in the coming months, PG&E's rates have changed and the impact of the PCIA has therefore changed. So we'll be getting into that in more detail soon. On the topic of energy delivery, I wanted to clarify that MCE buys electricity that goes into the grid. MCE customers receive their electricity from the grid. The flow of individual electrons cannot be controlled or tracked on the grid. That is why energy providers within the CAISO, the California Independent System Operator, forecast customer usage and schedule load onto the grid to align load and generation, meeting state regulatory standards and CAISO requirements. On the topic of renewable content, MCE's board has set strong policies to build new renewable energy under long-term contracts, with over 48 megawatts of new renewables built in MCE's service area and over 1,000 megawatts of new renewables built statewide to serve MCE's customer needs. While the energy industry is extremely volatile, with large swings in annual costs, MCE's board has not wavered in renewable supply purchases and has established a rate stabilization fund to protect our budget and our customers. The MCE board has not done an overall rate increase since 2023, despite the market volatility that we saw in 2024. The MCE board has also approved $400 million in community reinvestment, including $70 million in direct customer cost savings. Over $233 million in grant funding has been awarded to MCE for programs, including energy efficiency for affordable housing, EV chargers for small businesses, battery storage for schools and medical centers, and electrification for water heaters and air conditioning. For more corrections of misinformation, please see the materials in your packet on the consent calendar. This material related to correcting misinformation was discussed at length in our executive committee meeting last week to ensure we addressed any outstanding questions and concerns raised by members. Next, I briefly wanted to update you on the recent PG&E rate changes that took place on January 1. And to ground us in introducing this, I wanted to remind folks that MCE's mission is to confront the climate crisis by eliminating fossil fuel greenhouse gas emissions, producing renewable energy, and creating equitable community benefits. Our mission isn't to keep costs lower than PG&E because we can't control their rates. However, we do focus on affordability and keeping our rates as stable as possible. We spend a lot of time investing in long-term planning to help keep MCE the lower cost option for the majority of our time serving customers. As discussed last year in meetings in June, October, and November, PG&E implemented their planned rate change at the beginning of the year. We didn't have final numbers until December 31st, and they took effect the next day. It included 3 components. First of all, a decrease in transmission and distribution rates, a decrease in generation rates, and a significant increase in the Power Charge Indifference Adjustment, or exit fee. The exit fee that PG&E charges community choice customers, known as the PCIA, is meant to recover its legacy generation costs. It has been litigated many times over many years at the California Public Utilities Commission. And MCE, working with other CCAs, has taken a position that it is not a fair allocation of costs between CCA customers and what's considered bundled customers or investor-owned utility customers. The PCIA is a charge that MCE doesn't control. It is a PG&E charge, and it continues to be a major driver in bill volatility for community choice customers across California. When you net the three components together, the total bill impacts vary by customer type and vintage. Vintage is the year their community started service with MCE. But most MCE residential customers, which we define as the 2017 vintage, will see a PG&E rate change that will increase total bills by 6% or about $12 a month on average. And that takes effect as of January 1. It's important to point out that comparisons between MCE and PG&E reflect a snapshot in time because PG&E rate changes happen multiple times throughout the year. And those changes, particularly to the PCIA, can dramatically shift the relative bill impacts. We already know that PG&E plans to change rates again in March and September. They've also submitted filings to the CPUC for rate increases to their generation rate in 2027, 28, 29, and 2030. So in response to this rate change, the MCE team has worked with CalCCA, the trade association representing the 23 CCAs in the state, and we filed comments highlighting concerns about the magnitude and the volatility of the PCIA increase and its growing role in driving customer bills, despite CCAs having no control over those costs. These changes really underscore the value of MCE's longstanding focus on rate stability and prudent procurement. MCE has consistently prioritized stable, predictable generation rates, even as market conditions and PG&E charges fluctuate from year to year. And we'll be talking a lot about rate making in the next couple of months. Staff will be bringing a rate reduction proposal to our technical committee and executive committee at the beginning of February, and then we'll be introducing that to the full board at our February board meeting. We'll also be sharing more details about the impacts to various customer classes and customer groups and vintages. I also have to mention that it's come to our attention that PG&E has been violating the code of conduct established by the Charles McGlashan bill in 2011. Specifically, PG&E has been distributing information to the public and the media about the impact of their rate change on CCA customers. Their information is not accurate, and this has raised concerns among CCAs in PG&E's territory. We're working jointly with our sister CCAs to initiate a meet and confer process with PG&E, and this may lead to a formal filing of a complaint at the CPUC. At XCOM last Friday, Director Darling asked for sample legislative language that member communities can consider adding to their legislative platforms to help your communities advocate in support of fairness for CCA customers around the PCIA and other priority issues. So I wanted to thank you for raising that issue. We did send sample language around. It's in your inbox. If you don't see it, please feel free to reach out. We're happy to share that with you. I know it can be helpful to bake this language in advance so that you're able to move quickly in support or opposition to bills that might come up on this issue. And then a quick positive update. Caltrans has opted several Bay Area bridge accounts into our Deep Green 100% renewable service, and this helps them move towards the state 100% renewable requirement under SB 1020, and they intentionally started with bridges because they're so visible and widely used. I wanted to comment on agenda items because there was some confusion last month about how to request agenda items. There are two places on every meeting agenda to request an item, under board announcements towards the top and then board matters towards the end. The proposed board agendas go to the executive committee for review and approval. That's part of their scope. And the chair and vice chair may adjust the agendas slightly or the order for timing or emergency items that come up after XCOM. I also wanted to flag that we have two budget workshops coming up. April 28th, we'll be holding a budget workshop from 10 to 2 in San Rafael. You're welcome to join remotely. You just need to give us your remote address 10 days in advance so that we can get it noticed on the agenda. This will be a Brown Act meeting, so we just have to follow the meeting rules we would for a regular board meeting. Budget workshop number 2 will have the same mechanics where you can join remotely if you give us your address in advance, but it will be held in Concord on February 11th. We will not have the San Rafael office open for the Concord one and vice versa. So we look forward to seeing you at both of the budget workshops. They're going to cover different content. So if you're able to, we encourage you to come to both. We will be recording them, so you can watch them after the fact if necessary. And in closing, as we take on the challenges ahead, including the evolving CPUC and PG&E rate dynamics and our ongoing partnership with CalCCA to protect customer interests, I just want to ask that we continue to assume positive intent in our interactions and remain focused on what unites us, advancing clean, reliable, and affordable energy for the communities we serve. MCE was founded on the belief that local leadership can make a tangible difference, that communities, when empowered, can chart their own energy future. I believe that MCE can serve as a model for effective, respectful local governance if we lean into our shared strengths and move forward together. We are grateful for your service as elected leaders and policymakers for our agency. MCE staff are here to support you in your work. Our role is to provide accurate, transparent analysis and implementation of board policy. Thank you for your partnership, your service, and your commitment to the mission that we share. I'm looking forward to working alongside each of you as we enter MCE's 16th year, a year I'm confident can mark a new chapter of collaboration and forward momentum. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dawn, for the update. I will turn it over to our directors to see if there's any questions or comments that they may have for Dawn. Yes, Director Sackett.
Thank you for that report. I agree that we all need to work together. MCE is a great organization committed to renewable energy. Towards that end, there's been a lot of discussion in our packet. There was a letter from Director Nakamura about the hot mic incident, and I would like to suggest that perhaps for item 13, board and staff matters, that we play that video and discuss how to move forward as a group. Thank you.
Do we have any addition? Yes.
I would prefer that not happening. I mean, she already apologized. I'm just going to share with you, you always have to make the assumption that all mics are hot. And if you're not sure about that, talk with former city council member Kevin De Leon down in Los Angeles. You just have to make that assumption. I just find it, I would, if I was the chair, just say no to the comment that was given by the peer, because I don't think we need to see it or hear about it. She apologized.
And Director Brown, I just want to clarify that the apology that we heard in public open time was for a different hot mic moment. So sorry. But the allegation that was made in our December executive committee was directed at the CEO, me, and our general counsel. And so that would be, playing that video would be a different exercise. I just wanted to clarify.
That's scary to me that there's two. Okay. So just FYI, guys, as somebody who's now the chair of Solano County Board of Supervisors and a retired teacher, you have to always assume everything's hot. Just sorry. And realize E stands for evidence. So anything that you say stays forever in the world. So, okay. Well, I had no idea. I apologize that happened. But as somebody who gets that at the public discourse that happens in Solano County, I do relate.
Thank you, Director.
Yes, I just want to say, I want to thank Dawn for that really thorough update and clarification. I really appreciate addressing things head on and providing that full transparency and just clearing the air. I think that's really important. So thank you for that. Thank you for the other opportunities to continue to do that, whether it be staff time. I see the intention behind it, and it's very deliberate. So I want to say thank you. I'm a little uncomfortable, I will say, like going back to the past and looking at this awkward situation. I kind of feel like the lesson's been learned here by all, but that's all I'm going to say on that.
Chair, also, I would like the opportunity to respond in the board matters section at the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Any additional directors with questions or comments? All right. Oh, sorry, Director Painter, you're behind me. Director Painter?
I didn't put my hand up, so I had not, anyways, I had no comments.
Thank you. I think it's the cursor from the mouse.
Just making sure
we're
you're
sorry
alive and
about
awake
that.
there, Beth. That's all. Sorry for the confusion.
Do
It
we
was the mouse
have
on the-
any, I know we have directors on via Zoom. Do we have any directors with comments via Zoom? All right, seeing none or hearing none. Any comments from members of the public? In person? Yes, please come on up.
Okay, or something on there, or
Yeah,
whatever.
Lou Durford from the city of Vacaville, to the distinguished board members here. Your comments about PG&E rate increase, I looked at what they're proposing, and I feel what they're proposing is contrary to the mission of clean, safe energy at a reasonable cost that this commission is all about. What they're doing is they're playing a shell game. And to clarify that, your base energy usage rate was usually, for me, who I have 17 kilowatts of solar on my house, was about $5 a month. Now it's going, in March, it's going to $24 a month, and there's no credit for that towards your usage or anything else. So basically, everybody that has bought solar in the trying to be clean is being now penalized by PG&E. And I think it's up to this board probably to address that to PG&E and the Energy Commission. They're playing a shell game. They're advocating that they're going to lower your energy rates when in fact they're raising them. And everybody with solar or alternative energy is going to be penalized in the aspect of that. So if you guys haven't noticed that, I just wanted to bring it to your attention that they're playing the shell game. And, PG&E to me stands for Pathetic Gas and Electric Company. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any additional members of the public that would like to speak? All right, seeing none, do we have any any members of the public via Zoom? All right,
I don't see any raised hands, Chair.
thank you. We will move on to the consent calendar. Do we have, are there any board members that would like to remove any items from the consent calendar?
Chair, I'd like to pull C4, please, off the consent calendar.
All right, we will make sure to remove C4. So we can pull C4. Are there any other directors? All right, seeing none via Zoom either. So we can move forward with public comment, and then we'll make a motion just to approve the consent calendar with these items without C4. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on the consent calendar? via Zoom? All right. I will move on to directors for who would like to make a motion.
Move to approve Director Darling C 1, 2, 3, and 5.
And I would second Barbara Kohler Fairfax.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please call roll.
Belvedere,
Yes.
Panisha,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Contra Costa County,
Yes.
Danville,
Yes.
El Cerrito,
Yes.
Fairfax,
Yes.
Fairfield,
Yes.
Hercules,
Yes.
Lafayette,
Yes.
Larkspur,
Yes.
Marin County,
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
Mill Valley,
Yes.
Moraga,
Yes.
City of Napa,
Yes.
County of Napa and Four Napa Cities,
Yes.
Novato,
Yes.
Pinal,
Director Meadows is here, but I'll vote yes for Panol.
thank you.
Thank you, Devin.
Yes.
Oakley,
Yes.
thank you. Pittsburgh,
Yes.
Pleasant Hill,
Yes.
Richmond,
Yes.
Sausalito,
Yes.
Solano County.
Yep.
Vallejo,
Yep.
Walnut Creek,
Yes.
and is there anybody else that I did not call? Okay. Motion carries.
Thank you. So item C4 was removed from the consent calendar. We're now open for any questions or comments or discussion. I'll turn it over to you, Director Andres.
Thank you. I'm pulling this item off consent because I find that the document, even after extensive discussion at executive committees, still contains factual inaccuracies, contradictions, and misleading information. I'm just going to focus on two items. One, the assertion that MCE has had 100% fossil-free power since 2018 is factually incorrect. MCE's power content label filed with the CEC shows 9.7% unspecified sources of power in 2019, tapering to less than 1% in 2023. Unspecified power is primarily fossil fuel energy. And NCE's electricity planning resource forms filed with the CEC show 117 natural gas contracts in 2022 and 46 natural gas contracts in 2025. I am concerned that MCE is creating potential legal liability by misrepresenting our power content, and we have the responsibility to be transparent with our customers. I don't see any reason to inflate the environmental attributes of MCE's energy product. Secondly, in the section regarding power procurement, management describes a contract approval process for the 1 to 5 year contracts that sound like it's in potential violation of Board Resolution 2020-04. These short-term 1 to 5 year contracts have not been coming to technical committee prior to execution. And as the CEO noted in her comments, the board chair has stepped in to approve some of these 1 to 5 year contracts in place of the technical committee chair. And the board chair is not authorized to approve these contracts under Board Resolution 2020-04. So I have asked for this this topic to be agendized, but until we get a chance to discuss this as a board, and I believe that as a board, These are, policy violations, and we are required to discuss and remedy the situation. But until we get a chance to discuss this as a board, I'd like to request that management begin to immediately adhere to the protocols that have been established in Board Resolution 2020-04.
So if you're looking at your agenda packet, it is, I'm looking at it from a PDF, but it's page 20 and page 21. And just wanted to share the pages in case any of the directors wanted to cite the information that Director Andres was sharing. Are there any additional comments or questions with regards to item C number 4?
I'd be happy to respond if that's appropriate, if others don't. Yeah.
Yes, Director Hoffman.
Yes, I had a question of, it's on our consent calendar, but I didn't see the action. It's on the consent calendar, but there's no vote. There's no action. It's just on the consent calendar. Is there a vote? Is there, it's not, it's just for information? I'm not sure what the action is.
It's information only. No action is being requested.
So I'm not, okay, so as a matter of, I guess it's a point of order, it's not even a point of order, why is it on the consent calendar? I guess that's my question. And in furtherance of that, I think I think that's the point of discussion for the board too. Why are we having something on our consent calendar that's not really something that's for action? If it's an informational thing, then I think it's maybe something that's an informational agenda item for presentation at the board, and is an appropriate thing to be fully agendized for us to discuss as a board, but not necessarily something just to be posted as an agenda item on consent. So I think perhaps that might be something for further discussion for the board. That was a question that I had. So, okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Through the chair. Yes. It's my understanding that this is a lot of work that we did at the XCOM meeting last week, where we spent 4.5 hours on a Monday. It's my understanding that this is we're receiving this information here in the context of the full board.
Chair, could I weigh in for just a moment? Oh, my mic is very loud. I apologize. I just wanted to address Director Andre's comments and appreciate that. And those were brought up in the executive committee regarding the contracting processes. And at the time, we indicated that we would be looking into those contracts, and we are still underway with looking through those contracts and ascertaining if there's any next steps that the board or the technical committee needs to take. And we will be bringing those back to the technical committee and the board to share our analysis so that it is a very transparent process. So appreciate that flag. And then regarding the 100% fossil free, I don't know, Donna, if you wanted to say that. Before I jump in there, I just wanted to address the consent calendar item. And we've historically used the consent calendar as an opportunity for the board to receive in information. We do that on the policy and legislative updates, as well as approved contracts updates, so that it is very transparent on our agenda so that members of the public know what is being provided to our board, and packet materials are distributed all as a general full packet and very clear as to what is included in that packet.
I have a follow-up on both of those comments, if you could indulge me. So does it say somewhere then on this memo, I have 2 follow-ups. Does it say somewhere in the memo that this is for information only?
It does on the staff report that went with it. It just says information only.
Okay, recommendation. Okay, thank you so much for pointing that out. And then with regard to the fossil-free issue and the contracting process, is it called out somewhere in the memo that there's further legal review on both of those issues to be
to be resolved? Or are these open legal issues that still need to be resolved? And if so, then I would highly suggest that we pull this matter until both of the legal reviews on these two issues are confirmed and this come back to us with a final memo. I wouldn't want us to have this memo coming to us as a reference tool for not only us, but for the public. As I understand it, this is being presented to us as a reference material if we don't have final legal review on those two issues.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to the questions about the fossil-free language and appreciate the input and the feedback as always. I think that we are looking at striking a good balance between providing as much nuance as we can in that statement while also making it clear and readable to an average customer or an average member of the public. And I think we can improve it a bit. I want to clarify that sometimes when we're seeking to simplify language, it can leave out nuances. But I do want to confirm that MCE has no unit-specific purchases from fossil fuel generators since 2018. And if Mike could pull up we have a slide that we asked for reference to have available from our October board retreat. This is a slide that comes to the board every year. It also comes to our technical committee every year and is an important touchstone of how we're doing on our greenhouse gas emissions, our renewable content. There's a lot going on in this slide, but one of the reasons I want to showcase it here is that there was a change in law in 2018 with regard to AB 1110 that was approved. This was a Ting bill that got approved, and it changed the way that power content labels were calculated as far as the greenhouse gas emissions. And some of the purchases that MCE had already entered into were that were considered renewable under the existing rules were changed. So anything coming from out of state, anything that qualified as a PCC2 product was considered having greenhouse gas emissions. So MCE went through a transition, and you'll notice the bump in that line there, and then it goes back down again, but that is due to the change in law. Now, this is specifically related to greenhouse gas emissions. Fossil-free is not a defined term in the state rulebook, and it might be worth bringing the topic up at a technical committee meeting to think about, well, what do we think the definition of fossil-free is? In the power content labels that we do that we issue that are approved under the very specific requirements defined by the CEC. MCE has no unit-specific purchases of fossil fuel generators since 2018, and we have a printout of our power content labels. We printed about 10 of these because we knew there might be questions about this, and they're available to anyone that wants a packet. This shows the power content labels, and you can see that there's no natural gas, no coal, nothing specific from a fossil-powered source. But it's important to note that purchases of resource adequacy are treated differently, and that might be what's confusing because you no doubt we talk about contracts that we're entering into for resource adequacy. Those often are associated with fossil producing generators, and those purchases of resource adequacy are made on behalf of CAISO, the California Independent System Operator, and the resources are turned over to the CAISO for any dispatch and to serve statewide needs. We are not notified of how those resources are used, and they're not part of our power content label, and that is following the California Energy Commission power content label requirements. Also, keep in mind any purchases that are not unit-specific resources, and we talked about this at the board retreat. We talk about it couple times every year because it's confusing, it's in the weeds, admittedly, but any purchases that are not unit specific may have trace amounts of resources we don't select. Nuclear is a prime example. We talked a lot about nuclear last year and whether to accept an allocation of nuclear. We've also talked about ACS contracts that have trace amounts of nuclear and can sometimes have trace amounts of fossil in them as well. That's why the clarification of unit specific could help make this this statement. It might be a little more confusing to a member of the public, but it would be absolutely it would be accurate, and it would clarify that what a unit specific purchase is. We could even add that to a footnote. So happy to make that adjustment, but I want to just reemphasize that there have been no unit specific purchases from fossil fuel generators since 2018. And if more information is needed, please let us know.
So in 2019, when I look at the power content label that was filed with the CEC, it says 9.7% unspecified power. So what is unspecified power?
It is not unit specific power. So it comes from other sources that can't be tracked.
Right, but most CCAs, when you look at their power content labels, they actually say unspecified power and in parentheses, primarily fossil fuel. So in 2019, we had 9.7% unspecified power. So how do we square that with 100% fossil free?
Well, you're making a claim that other CCAs have a parentheses that says primarily fossil.
Well, I mean, the
or primarily
CEC
fossil.
website also, when you look at what the definition of unspecified power is, they attribute natural gas emissions to unspecified power.
The CEC has a very specific template that we must follow for our power content label. So there would not be differences between the way any parentheses we have tried to alter and provide more clarifications for our customers because we think the framework is very confusing, but we know that there aren't differences between different CCAs. But this is the kind of conversation that might be good to have in outside of a board meeting where we're not using up everyone's time, maybe in a technical committee meeting or maybe in a pre-meeting briefing. I can assure you that the statement with the clarification of unit specific is accurate and is consistent with what we've reported.
Chair.
Yes, Director Murphy.
Yeah, I do recognize that this is an important conversation, and I agree we can continue it in executive committee or technical committee. I would like to move approval. We are filing this as a staff report, so I just wanted we have a lot of action items this evening. I think we should keep moving forward. So I just want to make that motion.
Thank you for making that motion. And the information, thank you, the staff for providing that information. I think it's just very helpful for all of us as we're having a better understanding. And then I just want to comment on the piece for the local news and opinion pieces that item C4. So we did, as the executive committee, spend like 4.5 hours going over this document, just because we had several directors reaching out, trying to understand if some of the statements they heard, was it true, not true? And with having 27 new board members, having something that provided some information and context of some of these articles that came out or statements by public comment or board members, then that's how this document was created. But we decided to go through it line by line with the executive committee last week to make sure everyone was comfortable so that we can move forward and share it with the rest of the board. So that's why you also see the item this evening. All right. So we have
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Director Murphy, seconded by Director Kohler. Madam Clerk, can you please call roll?
Before we vote, if the motion could be explained, please.
Absolutely. The motion is just simply to approve the item, and what that means is that we're filing the staff report this evening. Yep. Absolutely. Thank you for asking.
Chair, do we need to open C4 up to public comment
Oh.
before we vote on it?
And
Yes, we do. Thank you.
and through the chair, I have a question.
Yes.
This is Director Nakamura in Concord.
Yes, Director Nakamura.
So Director Hoffman had asked a question that our legal team has answered, but I'm just wondering, are we making a notation? How are we recognizing that her comments and there's follow-up happening? How will that be indicated?
Yeah, I can. So here's my concern, is that we've got two legal issues with this, and respectfully, I understand that the CEO has given somewhat of an explanation of the issue with the statement of the 100% zero, fossil free, 100% fossil free nuance, but we don't have a legal review of what is the legal definition of that. And I understand that it's a nuanced question, but you did spend 4 hours on it, but it's still unresolved, an unresolved question. And we don't have a legal review of what's the contracting process. I mean, admittedly, you haven't finished that review. So we have some contracts that have been signed by our chair and understood the circumstances, understood there were good circumstances why the chair had to step in, and that there were exigent circumstances, understood, and that we need to do a policy discussion and policy review of why the policy probably needs to be changed and the scope needs to be adjusted. But the issue is still there. And so I'm not sure why we would be issuing an informational memo with unresolved legal issues. And so I don't know why we wouldn't wait until those issues are resolved and then just adjust the memo and issue it then. It seems to me that that would be 2 paragraphs after a legal review is done, and so that those are accurately reflected in a public memo that we're all supposed to rely on, not just inaccuracies in our operating, policy that we're relying on as board members, and presumably that, inaccuracies that the press can rely on. Thank goodness. That we can just clear it up now. So I would think that would be the prudent thing for us to do moving forward as a board. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't do that at the next meeting. I would think. I mean, what's the timeline on legal? I mean, we're working on it now, right? Yes, and Director Hoffman, thank you for that. I happy to have footnotes added to either of those items to address the 100% fossil free that John described, as well as that this is under review, or if the board would like to delay and address this item at another meeting, that is up to the board as well. Just for that, this is the problem, is that it's confusing when you have subsequent memos issued, because then everybody's got to remember, okay, there was a subsequent memo issued. So it's much easier, much cleaner on the record if you just say, there's only one memo. And we discussed it January 15th, but we didn't vote on it. It wasn't finalized. We waited until the next board meeting and we issued the memo with the analysis at the next meeting. That's my point. I'd like to amend the motion that we table this matter until our next meeting. What's that? I'd like to make a substitute motion, sorry, that we amend the memo and we vote on it at whatever our next meeting is.
Supervisor Brown seconds it. Sorry, my bad. I second the substitute motion.
Chair, as a point of order, we already have a first and a second, so I feel like we need to go through that motion and then we can consider another motion, just in terms of, point of order, unless
The
legal is
substitute
different.
motions actually come first in the.
Yeah, under parliamentary procedure, if a substitute motion is made, that's the item that we would be voting on first. I do think we should pause at this time and invite public comment.
Do we have any public comment here in the room?
Hi, Alicia Minion. So I was at the Monday's meeting, and there was a very long discussion about trying to an attempt to kind of rebut what's in the paper. And one of the comments I tried to say when I went to speak on that particular item is I was surprised that legal would want that kind of rebuttal in the staff report, because I was worried that the agency would be making additional representations that cannot be supported. And so in hearing Director Andre, it really resonates with me just because I worked at a regulator for almost 30 years and I regulated investment management firms. And one of the things that we looked at is marketing materials and making sure that the statements and marketing materials were accurate and there was full and fair disclosure of all material facts to investors so that they can make an informed decision on whether or not to be a client of that firm. And if you do make representations that cannot be supported, are misleading or inaccurate, then you could actually, it does hold the firm out to liability, not by just the regulator, but also a client that relied on those statements. So when I hear statements such as 100% fossil fuel free, 100% renewable energy, just on my limited knowledge of what I know is flowing through the transmission lines, it's not, it's a mixed bag. There could be electrons from natural gas. You have purchased a significant amount of RECs. That's just common sense to me. It sounds like nothing's really 100%. So I would encourage you to not approve this evening and really have legal take a close look at the representations you make. Because I think you just don't know. There could be a liability issue. And I think all your peers are reading this, at least your peers, not just your customers. Thank you. Oh, wait, one last thing, if I have a few seconds. So in addition to staff reports, I see other marketing materials like on your website, there's press releases from MCE. Your executive director spoke on an iHeart podcast about the benefits of issuing green bonds. There's just, maybe just look at your marketing team and have legal look at all the marketing materials and make sure everything's accurate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lou Durfus, I'd just like to bring up a point of order. In accordance with Robert's Rules of Orders, you can't have a second motion on the floor when there's an open motion that's been seconded. So in order to, and I support the idea of tabling the idea, but to stay within Robert's Rules of Orders, either the motion makers of the second motion need to be voted on, or they need to withdraw the motion to consider the second motion of tabling it.
Thank you. So turning back to, Dawn.
If I may, as I stated at the beginning of the meeting, I do want to pause when we need to correct misinformation. And I just want to correct the statement about MCE buying a bunch of RECs. I just want to draw your attention to the power content label. And because this isn't on our agenda, we don't have it in your packet, but we do have copies that I'll pass mine around so people can glance at it. We have several other packets showing our power content label. I want to draw your attention to the part right under the chart where it shows the exact percentage of retail sales covered by unbundled renewable energy credits, which is typically when people say RECs, that's often what they're referring to. and you'll see that it's showing up as 0%. So I just want to correct that MCE is not buying a bunch of unbundled recs. We're buying 0% unbundled recs, at least for the years that I'm looking at. Also, I wanted to clarify that the definition of unspecified power is also included on MCE's power content label. The definition listed on our power content label as required by CEC is that unspecified power is electricity that has been purchased through open market transactions and is not traceable to a specific generation source. So I just wanted to clarify those two things. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And so, Catalina, we will take the second, we'll move forward with the second motion.
Correct. MCE has followed Rosenberg's, which is a simplified version of Roberts, and that has been the process that we have followed, and therefore a substitute motion has been made. And you can have multiple motions on the table. After 3, it gets quite unwieldy, but at this time we have 2.
Chair, can I ask a quick question before we vote on the subsequent motion? So it's for the attorney here. One alternative to punting all of C4 to the next meeting would be to formally request that those 2 items get added as an agenda item, rather than us, providing informal guidance and then maybe it doesn't come back. From your perspective, would it provide more clarity to have a standalone item on the 2 items that she asked, or to be cleaner and provide more clarity to do as she suggested and table it and then bring the entire thing back to us?
Just to make sure I'm understanding what you're asking, are you saying we would take out the 2 items and have the rest of it move forward this evening, and then those 2 items would come back at a later meeting?
Right, because she's specifically requesting 2 of, it's a rather long list of rebuttals. And so I'm just asking, would it be cleaner from your perspective if you bring us back a memo that only has those 2 items? And so based on your answer, I'll decide whether or not to vote for her recommendation.
Yeah, I think that is something that the board could consider. If Director Hoffman would like to amend her motion, she could choose to pull out those 2 items. If those are the only ones that are in at issue for discussion, then the rest of it could move forward. But that would be a board decision.
Chair, can you clarify what that meant? I didn't. Are we taking out a couple sentences here?
Right, so we would take out the 2 items that were brought up by Director Andres, and then we would have it for an agenda item for a future date. The only thing is it's already public to,
Yeah, and to clarify, I wasn't asking to remove it from the memo, but just to formally request an agenda item on those only 2 items. So that way it's not convoluted when it comes back next month. That was the question.
I see. Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. I think that would be helpful if the request is when it comes back, it's just to adjust those 2 items.
I think
But that's still up to the director.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think it's just cleaner just to leave it as just the memo as is, and just address it as a whole. It just makes it cleaner so that you don't have to hunt for different memos through the 2 agendas. So it just makes it cleaner when you just say the memo as a whole. We're going to table the whole memo and then it comes back next month and as a whole. So that was my point, just to make it easier on everybody for when you're looking for, when you're searching for through our agendas and you're looking for when did we approve the ensuring accuracy and local information agenda, or sorry, ensuring accuracy and local information memo, then you know where to find it, and it's on next month's memo or next month's agenda. Sorry. I think that just makes it easier for us and for anybody who's looking for it. Sorry, that was my point, and that's what I was trying to achieve.
All right, so we will go with the first substitute motion, and Madam Clerk, please call roll. Oh. Do we have any members of the public via Zoom that may have questions or comments for this item before we move forward?
Yes.
Please go ahead with your public comment.
Good evening, it's Dan Segedin, Marine Conservation League. On this item regarding the fossil-free claims, you know, the history is in the last version of the document. We gave input that the 15-year fossil-free claim was not true. Management then issued this correction that you're seeing tonight. It now says fossil-free since 2018. We also believe this is not true and needs to be corrected. Unspecified power, as we've just heard, is you cannot guarantee that there's not fossil fuel in there. Let's put it like that. And if we're going to be meticulous and make a big deal out of misinformation and have a memo that purports to correct misinformation, let's not put some misinformation in here. Everyone in the industry knows that this is, you know, primarily fossil, or at least a minority fossil. The California Energy Commission does assign natural gas emission rates to the unspecified power. So they are assuming it's gas. And in their 2024 power content label, they actually say something like primarily fossil right next to the unspecified. So everyone knows. And just as a point of reference here, all the good stuff is specified so people can claim it. So just use your common sense here. This is primarily fossil. So I think the statement needs to be corrected for the second time. Here's why this matters. MCE's GHG footprint is going to be a crucial issue going forward. The regulators are likely to get tougher on renewable and GHG-free claims. To grapple with the impending policy issues, the board is going to need an accurate readout on exactly where MCE stands with its emissions. So let's start having this conversation. You're starting to get, you know, some of the comments about RECs and so on confusing. No one's talking about unbundled RECs here. We haven't been talking about unbundled RECs for several years. We're talking about bundled PCC1 RECs and whether there's additionality in those. That's a conversation the board can have coming up, and also 24/7, hourly versus annual accounting. All these issues are embedded here. We do have concerns about other statements in this document being either factually incorrect or misleading. We can't describe them in 3 minutes. We support deferring this item as has been suggested and making sure the language, or defer the whole memo as has been suggested, probably even better, to make sure the language is good and everyone is on board. And you might consider having an auditor or energy expert verify some of this if you want. But if it's kind of not an action item and you're not approving it, then I guess you're okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do you have any additional public comment?
There's a second member of the public with a 925 number. You'll have to unmute.
You may speak now for your public comment. You have the name.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Nick Pappas. I'm an MCE customer. I work as an energy professional in my day job, which will be relevant in these comments. And I'm also a member of my town's Climate Action Commission. I wasn't planning to speak today, but I've been airing some issues and reaching out to staff about some questions about environmental claims in my role on my town's Climate Action Commission. And in that process, uncovered this fossil-free issue and immediately reached out to my board member to advise that both the first claim that was in the executive committee packet last week is incorrect and out of compliance with state law, as is the assertion that is currently before you in the board packet. And I want to provide a little bit of context here. In 2016, the legislature, in response to concerns about fluffy or imprecise or problematic environmental claims, passed a bill making a very specific set of requirements around what entities like Marine Clean Energy could claim on their power content label or with related power content claims. As part of that bill, there's a requirement that MCE's claims are in compliance with the methodology that's adopted. Neither of these claims, to me as a non-attorney who's not working for MCE, within 10 seconds were immediately obviously out of compliance with that section. I've confirmed that view with the Energy Commission in my exploration of this topic. it's quite unambiguous, quite cut and dry. To hear the board now discussing whether there needs to be a third iteration, which allegedly the first two passed some kind of internal or legal review, despite being apparently and obviously false, it's quite alarming and I think raises broader issues about what's happening in this document. I raise this to my board member because anyone who, on behalf of the agency, is repeating these false claims or socializing or adopting this document is also violating this Public Utilities Code section. I believe it's 398.4 in the context of that action. It's alarming to me. I'm not the only person in state policy circles who's watching this, who's concerned with this. And I have to say, I spoke up out of frankly being alarmed and flabbergasted at the suggestion that MCE board could go into a committee and define what fossil free is, adopt statements that need asterisks that aren't there. That's the exact reason AB 1110 was passed. You guys are just inviting state intervention to clean this up. I'm not here to criticize the small percentage of gas and unspecified that MCE had in their portfolio, but I am shocked at the imprecision and sloppiness in the context of that legislative history. Happy to take questions. I'm in the community. I would not be engaged in MCE. I typically work on much bigger state and regional issues, but through my role in the CAC, frankly, I'm quite surprised and alarmed at what's happening.
Thank you. You see any additional public comment?
I see no raised hands, Chair.
Thank you. So bringing it back to the board and going for our substitute vote or motion first. And if that fails, then we'll go for the first motion that was put on the floor.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Can I, just a question, just for clarification. So what do we hope to do? So am I hearing that we're gonna look at it again and then come back to the full board again, because the second again, we'll be just doing this over and over again if the number doesn't become what someone else wants to become. I'm not gonna make another motion because we have two on the floor and it's gonna be confusing. But it seems to me this should go back to technical committee, who could then make a recommendation of some sort if we need to get somebody to audit this. But this doesn't seem like it's a full board discussion. It's gonna leave that there because I don't know where this goes if it comes back to us in a month or 2 months. It's just something to think about as we move forward.
Thank you. And yes, Director Charles.
I hear you. And I wonder, can we, I had to add a substitute motion, but maybe in the spirit of this, at least for the issue of the fossil free content, can we break that out and reserve that for the technical committee? And would that require one of us, i.e. me, to request that at the end of this meeting? Open-ended question.
Happy to, sorry, Chair. Happy to weigh in. Director Hoffman, if I understood your motion correctly, it was to bring this back to either the technical committee or the board. And perhaps you did clarify the board. So if you'd like to clarify, you could amend and change it to the technical committee if you would like to.
It was actually to have have the legal review and legal analysis of both the definition for fossil fuel and finish the legal review of the issue of the contracting and the policy definition of who can sign the contracts. So it was both of those two issues and have those resolved and have those amendments to the memo, and then have those resolved and have those amendments to the memo before we issue it and accept it at the board level. And so, and that was the issue. And so that would be the resolution. However, that legal finalization happens. So that would be through, that would go through either goes through the legal department or through technical for the definition. Yes.
Goes through legal.
And so one goes through the 100% fossil fuel goes through tech or through legal. But that's also a legal
technical.
review. I mean, right? I mean, that the 100% fossil fuel also by state law, right? State law and through the technical definition.
Yeah, I'm happy to add a clarification here. So if the motion is for this to do the analysis and bring it back to the full board, that would not preclude us from taking it to TechCom in the interim in order to help identify that analysis and then make those recommendations. So then the final version that goes to the board would have had additional committee review.
But it would have to be in the context of state law, yes?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So if I could make a friendly amendment, sorry, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I think for everyone's sake, and I'm on the technical committee, by the way, so it should come to the technical committee first, so we could take a first, run at it or another run at it. So by the time it gets to the board, we've already had an agreement. We've already done the due diligence before it comes here, and so we don't have to really pour over the details when it comes to the board, if necessary. But I mean, I'm open to the staff's opinion on this, which is the most efficient and effective way to do this.
And when it goes to tech committee, does that mean that we may be changing like policy or procedures that we may that we may do right now today? So as of today in this form is the correct information. Is that correct?
I think if we took this to the technical committee, we could really dig in on how we want to use the term fossil free, since there's not a state definition.
So we would create a policy around how we use that term?
Yeah, it could be a policy, whatever the committee wants to recommend. I just want to clarify that the item before you tonight in the consent calendar is not an action item. So no action is actually required on this item. I think we can, in the future, we can indicate which items on consent actually do require action and which don't, because it can be confusing without.
Right.
So we can do that going forward. But the input that we're hearing tonight is extremely helpful, and I think it would be useful for us to have a follow-up discussion in TechCom.
Okay, but to focus back in. So we're talking about where the input for the amendments to this memo comes from. So we're talking about the statement 100% fossil fuel, which is an issue that we're talking about, and it's been an issue of consternation. So there's, to the extent that there's a legal definition or legal input of what, okay. So what does 100% fossil fuel means? So we're talking about an explanation of that, right? It's going to go to tech, an acknowledgement of whatever the legal analysis is on it, right? Whatever that scope of that is. And then the other issue of the policy of who can sign the contracts, right? The short-term contracts. And what the status is of the contracts that have already been signed, and what the status of those contracts are. And then going forward, the policy issue of what we need to do as a board. Yes?
Yes, we could address those issues.
That's what, yeah, okay. That's the motion.
So point of order, as the person who seconded, Ms. Hoffman indicated in the very beginning, we could have already voted and moved forward. Charles, I'm going to get you sometime. I'm going to see you in Vallejo. I'm going to get you. We could be done. And we also had public comment that seemed to also agree with what we were trying to do. So I would just like to continue with what Ms. Hoffman talked about. And whatever it is you guys want to do, that's fine. And then we'll talk about the fact that you always need to ask if the seconder agrees.
So just regardless, however this vote goes, it will still go to TechCom. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk. Yes.
Sorry, Chair, just a clarifying question for our attorney. If a substitute motion passes with a majority, since it's in conflict with other motions, do we vote on those other motions as well, or do we stop there? Becomes the main motion, correct? Okay, thank you.
Chair, are we voting on Board Member Paul Maris's motion? Or
I never made it solver.
I heard him use the word substitute motion at one point.
I just said what I said. I would hate to make a substitute motion, but
So we're voting on Director Hoffman's motion. And I guess if that motion fails, then we have the first motion on the floor. But
Can-
regardless of however the votes go,
Can the
they're
motion
gonna
be
go
read
to
back,
tech.
please? Can the motion be read back by whoever reads back motions, please?
Before we jump in, I might make a suggestion for the board to consider. I think this is an information only item, and the intent is to either receive it in or take it off the table. And from the conversation, I would recommend that the motion be a direction to have staff bring it back after further analysis. And then we can have that on another board item. I think that that addresses what Director Hoffman was looking for, but just wanted to make sure it's an information only item, and I think that this gets to what Director Hoffman was asking for action.
And Chair, that also addresses my time issue, so I'll retract my original motion. So we don't have a substitute. We just have one motion on the table. Thank you, Council Murphy. Chair,
Yes. So,
should we move forward? Oh,
yes,
thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Belvedere?
Yes.
Wait, just to clarify, sorry, I want to make sure that we're on the record that we are voting for the substitute motion, which is Director Hoffman, which is to bring this back to the board after sufficient review at the committees. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Belvedere?
Yes.
Benicia?
Yes.
Concord?
Yes.
Contra Costa County?
Yes.
Danville?
Yes.
El Cerrito?
Yes.
Fairfax?
Yes.
Fairfield?
Yep.
Hercules?
Yes.
Lafayette?
Yes.
Larkspur?
Yes.
Marin County?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Mill Valley?
Yes.
Moraga?
Yes.
The City of Napa?
Yes.
The County of Napa and 4 Napa cities?
Yes.
Novato?
Yes.
Oakley?
Yes.
Pinole?
Yes.
Pittsburgh?
Yes.
Pleasant Hill?
Yes.
Richmond?
See.
Director Gulati, before asking for your vote, I'd like to ask if you, as you are participating remotely, can you please disclose whether there is any other individual 18 years of age or older present in the room with you at your remote location?
Hey, Jessica, I apologize. Has Director, sorry, go ahead, Director.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, unfortunately, I wasn't aware that the meeting was in Concord, and I had a conflicting meeting at the city, so I couldn't make it on time. So I'm not allowed to vote. Thank you.
Just wanted to clarify. So Director Lawrence Gulati, we had you intending to vote as a remote participation, which would fall under an exception under the Brown Act. Are you intending to vote this evening or just participate as a member of the public?
Oh, if I'm allowed to vote, I would love to do that. Thank you so much. And my vote is aye.
And can you clarify that there's, disclose whether there is any other individual 18 years of age or older present in the room with you at the remote location?
Jessica, I'm going to pause you. I apologize. We're a little out of order here. So I just wanted to make sure that we're bringing this back. Director Lawrence Gulati, just because we are now announcing you as a participating member of the board, I'd like to make sure that we clearly identify under the Brown Act that you are participating remotely because of a prior participation in official business with the San Rafael City Council, and San Rafael has made your ability to get to this office infeasible by the board time. The Brown Act authorizes this, and you'll be participating pursuant to Government Code 54953.8.3C4. Due to her travel to San Rafael, not making it feasible to get here to Concord. So at every time that we have you vote, our clerk will be asking you if there are any members in the room with you that are above 18 and any relationship you have with them. Jessica, now you can go ahead. Thank you.
Just my husband. He's over 18.
Sometimes.
He said sometimes, yes. I apologize for that.
Hot mic.
Thank you, Director Galati. And so you voted yes on that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sausalito,
Yes.
Solano County,
I just find it interesting that that law ends in a C4. Yes.
Vallejo,
Aye.
Walnut Creek.
Yes.
Is there anybody that I did not call today? Okay, motion passes.
Thank you. We'll now convene to close session for a conference with legal counsel to discuss anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, pursuit to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, one case. At this time, I'll go ahead and pass the mic to Justine to explain logistics.
I'm right behind you, Chair. Sorry
Okay.
about that. Thank you, everyone. So before we go into breakout rooms, I just want to explain the process for the public who are online so that they're aware. So the teleconferencing locations, as well as our member who is participating remotely, will be added to the breakout room along with this room. At this time, we ask all staff not party to the closed session to vacate the room, as well as members of the public and any alternates not acting in their primary capacity are also asked to go. Please do not congregate in the hallways. We've reserved the first floor conference space and lounge area for you to sit comfortably. We have a member of staff over here, Ashley Muth, will show you the directions to that first floor conference room and come down with you and support you in any capacity that you need. With that, last thing, I'll be the last one to leave the room. I'll give the all clear to General Counsel, and I will be just outside in case there are any technical concerns. All right, with that, any questions? Yeah.
There's not names of the party, stuff to say like employee negotiation, something. But this is about.
So there was a question from a member of the public about disclosure of the closed session. I will go ahead and turn that question over to our general counsel.
We do have stated on the agenda the language directly from the statute that it is one case, and until matters are more known to us, we don't have those to disclose.
Thank you very much. All right, everyone, let's go ahead and get ready for closed session.
We're going to get started. We have reconvened from closed session. The time is 9:21. I'll turn it over to Catalina for the report out.
Yes, happy to report out the closed session as defined on the agenda. Staff was given direction to continue to monitor and report back as necessary.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, do we need to do roll call again?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Can you perform roll call, please?
Yes.
Belvedere, Belvedere. I think you're on mute, Director Wilkinson. Okay, I see you. Thank you. Venetia,
Here.
Concord,
I'm here.
Contra Costa County,
Here.
Danville,
Here.
El Cerrito,
Here.
Fairfax,
Here.
Fairfield,
Affirmative.
Hercules,
Here.
Lafayette,
Here.
Larkspur,
Here.
Marin County. Martinez,
Here.
Mill Valley,
Here.
Moraga,
Here.
Napa,
Here.
Napa County and 4 Napa cities.
Here.
Thank you. Novato,
Present.
Oakley,
Here.
Pinole, Pittsburgh, Pleasant Hill,
Here.
Richmond,
Here.
San Rafael,
Aye.
Sausalito,
Here.
Solano County.
Oh, yes, I am awake. Yes.
Thank you. Vallejo,
Present.
Walnut Creek.
Here.
Quorum established.
Thank you. So I have two items that I understand that it's almost 9:30, and I wanted to see if it was okay with the board if we could move the Corby battery energy storage project up. My request is to send it to TexCom for review. I know we have received public comment on this item, and for them to review the item. But I know we have public comment here in the room. That was one of the requests at the beginning of the meeting. So I would like to check in with our directors to see if they'll be okay with moving that item up. Okay. And then my second request is item number 11. Just want to check in with our CEO if we can do item 11 for another time so that we can shorten the agenda. Is that okay with all of the directors as well? All right. Yes. I'm trying.
We can make the meeting longer. That was great.
Okay, so we will move item 10 up to where item 7 is right now. Do we need a vote on that, or is that okay?
As the chair, you could adjust the agenda.
Okay. So, all right, so I'll turn it over to the staff member who will be presenting that item.
Again, this weekend, there is no presentation. You have the staff report. And this is a sensitive matter. So I'm going to read to you the specific bullets to raise awareness in this sensitive matter. So it's really important to note that we have prepared the staff report in your packet in response to the request by members of the public and of your board. As the staff report indicates, MCE entered into the Corby Agreement in October of 2023 by unanimous vote of the MCE board. The agreement contains provisions stating that Corby will comply with all laws, including local laws, and any permits that it ultimately obtains. At that time, the developer was in coordination with the County of Solano to seek a conditional use permit to build the project at the designated site. MCE does not participate in the permitting process. That is the responsibility of the developer, as it is for all of MCE's projects. County of Solano paused their permit review in January of 2024 with an emergency ordinance putting a 45-day battery energy storage interim prohibition, which was extended by 22 and a half months in February 2024. In November 2024, the developer applied to the California Energy Commission for certification of the Corby project under Assembly Bill 205. and that process is still underway. At the time MCE entered into the agreement, the county had not taken a position on the conditional use permit, and given the contract's provisions requiring Corby to comply with all local laws and permits, the agreement was fully within MCE's authority to execute under the JPA. At this time, MCE is waiting for the completion of the Assembly Bill 205 process with the Energy Commission to ensure MCE's assessment is based on complete information. And that concludes my point.
And Chair, I'd like to make one more comment just before it's opened it up to the board and the public. And that is just that the board at this time is advised to not take any action or direct staff to take any action on this matter, as more information is still pending. The board is advised to use this opportunity to hear public comment, and we can take that under advisement as more information becomes available.
Okay, are there any questions from the board before we go to public comment?
Madam Chair.
All right, seeing none. Oh yeah. Yes, sorry, Director Andres? Oh yeah.
I was gonna say, if it's okay with before our discussion.
Yes. Okay, we'll take Director Brown.
Thank you. So Monica Brown, I'm now the chair of the Board of Supervisors. I was graciously given that right before the strike on Tuesday. I want to read something to you. In the Board of Supervisors on 2018-09-25, 9 a.m., in other words, several months ago, the Solano County staff considered other CCAs such as Valley Clean Energy when deciding whether to join a CCA. Notice during the September 9th, 2025 meeting, Bill Emblin, who used to be our CAO, stated he spoke with Valley Green Energy, another CCA, and found that it was unclear how they would deal with the energy sources. And since they were inconsistent, that is why we went to MCE, because we liked the track record. And so my concern is that if it had not been from Moss Landing, we would not have known what has gone on. San Jose State has checked the ground around Moss Landing, and that can never be used for ag. Ag in Solano County is $1 billion. We feed people around the world. My concern is, irregardless of the Assembly Bill 205, because we've been trying to give a pathway, my ask is that has MCE done anything that would say that they helped to build where our friends want to build on ag land in Solano County? Is that part of the contract at all, if we use their energy, that we help to build that particular site?
At one point, I mentioned, Director, that MCE does not participate in the permitting process. That is the responsibility of the developer, as it is for all MCE projects.
Okay, but a permit to me means the right to vote, the right to build. So the question is, are you indicating that in the contract that you have, MCE is not helping to build what they're trying to build?
No.
Okay, because that's a big concern. So for those of you who remember with Moss Landing, I have families that are around there. We're trying to get it moved so that we don't have any families and we're not hurting ag land. So I just want everybody to be aware of what's going on. And I won't even get into how many people that there might be an issue with. So I wanted to read that. Thank you for letting me read that.
Sure. I mean,
Thank you.
Director Brown, I'm sorry, I just want to add that there are multiple permittings, local, state, federal, we do not get involved in any of that. We're after capacity, energy, greenhouse gas free, whatever it is. They bid into the RFP, We choose them, and they're supposed to deliver on the date they're supposed to deliver, or what have you, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
great, thank you.
Now we'll move on to public comment. Do we have any members in the audience that would like to provide public comment on this item?
I have Alicia Minion, and then followed by Chris Heiss.
Hi. I sent you an email just before this meeting, and I think it's important to, again, as I stated in another meeting, your JPA agreement is very clear. It contains a provision that says, notwithstanding state law, MCE's projects will comply with your member jurisdiction's general plan and zoning. And I also found a staff report for San Anselmo back in 2008 when they considered joining MCE, and they interpreted that provision to also be, the main purpose is to protect the members' local land use authority. At no time did this project comply with Solano County's general plan because we have a voter-approved measure, Measure T, that specifically protects our ag land and open space. The NextEra's application for a conditional use permit would have never been approved. It never, ever complied. What the county had to do was create a pathway for lithium-ion battery projects because, as you can understand, that technology did not exist until recently. And so that's what it is. And so, in my view, this project, it never has complied, and MCE does in fact have an obligation and does have actually project criteria on where projects is placed. I actually sent you a picture from the technical committee. It was a 2015 staff report. You guys consider project location, environmental review and studies. You do have a set of criteria. And so maybe you're not, maybe you're ignoring that in this particular case. But it's very important to understand that your JPA, it says, notwithstanding state law, our projects are going to comply with the local jurisdiction's land use authority. That means the state can enact all kinds of legislation. You are going to make sure that your projects follow the local jurisdiction's land use authority. So the agreement, the JPA agreement, is being ignored, and I would make an argument that your agreement with Corby, because you don't have the authority to enter into it because you're not compliant with your JPA agreement. And the state's legislation doesn't negate your existing contractual obligations. So, and not to mention, as Director Brown is saying, putting lithium ion battery projects on ag land it goes wholly against to what you claim you stand for. Renewable, clean, you're the good guys. This is literally could blow us up. And this just, I'm asking that you take no action on this contract and you consult with outside legal counsel, determine the implications. You're welcome.
Chris Heiss, followed by Cheryl Whitfield.
Hi. 2 years ago, Vacaville City Council voted unanimously with the Vacaville community against the Menard project. The Menard project was very similar to the Corby project and located very close to the proposed Corby project. The proposed site is not a good location. The Corby project is being proposed for prime ag land that was being actively farmed. It is only zoned as ag land. It is very important to preserve farmland in Solano County. It is also close to other farms, neighborhoods, a hospital, and I-80. All of these would be severely affected in the event of a fire. The local fire union has submitted a letter of opposition to the state. Thermal runaway is a huge problem with lithium-ion batteries. Their fires release an array of deadly toxins, including carbon monoxide, hydrogen cyanide, and hydrogen fluoride. These toxins are especially dangerous because they are absorbed through the skin and no personal protective clothing protects you. Carbon monoxide and hydrogen cyanide both prevent the body from using oxygen. Cyanide affects organs that rely on high levels of oxygen, such as the heart and brain. These toxins will also contaminate our water and soil. The city of Vacaville currently has a moratorium on BESS systems while they are creating their ordinance. Vacaville City Council has already indicated that they will not be supporting lithium ion based BESS systems. The Corby project that has applied directly to the state in order to avoid following our local county ordinance, which only allows BESS in industrial zones. Your founding documents indicate that you will be working with wind and solar, not lithium-ion BESS facilities. These are just some of the reasons that you should cancel the current contract for the Corby project. Thank you.
Cheryl Whitfield, followed by Sarah Dunn.
Hello, thank you for this meeting and for the wonderful buffet. I got involved in this because I only found out about it recently. And I was astonished to see the bold-facedness of proposing these types of facilities in such close proximity to residences. And I pointed out in city council meeting in Vacaville that I lived in Brazil for a while and traveled all throughout South America. And I saw the boldness of first world countries putting their highly pollutant and dangerous manufacturing facilities in near populations. And the famous case that continues to break my heart is in the state of Sao Paulo, the manufacturing facility known as Cubatão, Cubatao, a refinery facility exploded and incinerated all the adjacent neighbors. Hundreds of people died, but they couldn't find a total count because people were incinerated. And so I kind of wondered if the company that put that there has now moved to Solano County and they want to do the same thing. I discovered a Facebook page called Keep Vacaville Safe, and I follow it. It's run by Sarah Dunn, who's the next presenter. And she made a couple points in a recent post. It's 3 different points, and I have a comment to each one of those points. And so I'll first read it. Point 1, presentation back pertaining to this project, this Corby project. Presentation back in 2023 to Buy the Energy showed a desert-like setting for the Corby project and not farmland, not prime farmland in the drawing that was presented to your office, to this board. And as been a city planner since Ronald Reagan was in office. I worked for Concord, I worked for the county, and I left the county. And if I didn't, this Corby project would have been my project. So I'm glad I left the county. With regard to that, I recommend that staff y'all do site inspections of the pending BESS, any BESS project areas, so you can see what the land looks like. You can go and take photos. Google Maps isn't always up to date, and thus the 2023 site presentation materials showing beautiful BESS facility and some idyllic like desert must have been a photo in Saudi Arabia because it's not here. And so in my view, after seeing that, it looks like false advertising. So thus the need for staff to do site inspections and make an accurate presentation to the board here. Or y'all can just go on a Saturday and tour the sites in which these facilities want to be located so you can see what's in close proximity. Instead of relying upon the information provided by a company. Okay, thank you.
Sarah Dunn, followed by Louis Durfus.
Good evening, members of the MCE board. My name is Sarah Dunn. I'm with Keep Vacaville Safe. We're a community group that represents over 1,500 residents in Vacaville and Solano County. We support the transition to clean energy, but we cannot support the Corby project. It is sited in a dangerous, irresponsible location. And we're here today to ask the board to right a wrong and cancel that contract or void it altogether. As the financial engine behind this project, MCE bears the direct duty of care to our community. This contract should have never been approved for 3 critical reasons. First, it violates MCE's own Joint Powers Authority agreement. Your JPA requires all projects to comply with local general plans. This site is zoned exclusive agriculture and is protected by Measure T, a voter-approved initiative designed to prevent the industrialization of our prime soil. Furthermore, the JPA does not currently list battery storage as an authorized energy source. By proceeding, MCE is operating outside of its legal scope. Second, the approval process lacked transparency. During the October 23 vote, this board was shown images of the desert-like setting. In reality, this site is protected farmland near residential homes, a senior community, a major highway, and a hospital. You were told all red flags were eliminated. Yet, the California Energy Commission has since identified significant environmental impacts. Crucially, the Solano County representative was absent during that vote, and questions regarding community support went unanswered. Third, the safety risks are unacceptable. An industrial scale facility like this on agricultural land poses threats of fire, toxic runoff, and soil contamination. It creates a new industrial location in our county and creates a precedent of industrializing our ag land. MC's mission of sustainability is fundamentally undermined when a project threatens the very resources our community has voted to protect for decades. NextEra is currently attempting to bypass local authority by seeking state-level approval. We ask MCE not to be a party to this overreach. Please uphold the integrity of your own JPA and respect the land use laws of Solano County. We urge you to do what you can to void this contract immediately. Thank you.
Louis Durfus and Deanna Cole.
Good evening, board members, distinguished board members. I'm part of Keep Vacaville Safe Committee. We're a grassroots group that got concerned when we heard about the Corby Energy Project and coming to our neighborhood. I believe that this company is less than scrupulous, and they have misled this board in seeking approval and support, as they have with the Vacaville City Council and the Solano Board of Supervisors. They're like a child. They went to Vacaville, and Vacaville said no. So then they went to the county, and the county said no. So they run off to Sacramento and try to get approval from Sacramento, from a board of unelected bureaucrats that sit up there as part of the Energy Commission. We're not opposed to safe, renewable energy, okay? And we've proposed to Corby Energy that they consider alternative energy sources besides lithium ion. If you're not aware with the danger of lithium ion, Morse land is just one example. Statistics show that every one of these plants that have been built within 3 years have had a major meltdown, fire. You can't put out and contaminates the soil, the environment, the air, and everything around it. This is not safe energy. So, MCE is about safe, renewable energy. This is not within your purview of what should be approved. And I think you were misled like everybody else. So I'm not, but if you continue to approve and support this project, because without your support, they don't have a seller for their energy. If they don't have a seller for their energy, the project dwindles, hopefully. When, and I say when, not if, a meltdown occurs, MCE is also going to be involved in the lawsuits and litigation because of what you have allowed to participate in and allowing to happen. We've already talked about the location. The location is on prime agricultural land. It's adjacent to I-80, a major thoroughfare for all the way from New York to San Francisco. A meltdown inevitably would cause at least a temporary, if not prolonged, shutdown of this major arterial that transports all our goods, as well as people commuting to and from work. It's also next to Kaiser Permanente Hospital, a class, I don't remember the class number, but it's a trauma center. That has a direct impact on that trauma center as well because it's close, as well as all the residents in the area. You got to ask yourself, would you want this in your neighborhood? If the answer is no, then I implore you to cancel your contract with Corby Energy and any other energy company that proposes to build a best storage areas unit.
Thank you, sir, for
Thank
your
you for your
public
time.
comment.
Deanna Cole, followed by Robin Jackal.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for having us here and allowing us to speak. I wasn't able to be at your board meeting in November, but I know my poster made it. So I have it here. It's going to be kind of hard for me to hold and talk to you at the same time, but thank you, Louis. I appreciate that. But I actually, myself, my husband, and 2 out of our 4 children still live currently at 5405 Kilkenny Road. So what you see in this poster is actually pictures from our front yard of the Corby project in the background. So every single picture has a family member of mine and again, the site that Corby wants to build. So it definitely is a prime ag location and it is in my front yard. So it's a residence right there. So a couple of things that are, that I know go against yours and we're hoping that you'll void the contract or cancel the contract would be because it is on prime ag land. And also I am a member of Keep Vacaville Safe. So we are representing over 1,500 people in Vacaville who are opposed to it. And that was just us getting started collecting signatures at a farmer's market. We, trying to get the word out there. And I know we would have so many others that were opposed to it if we were able to get the word out there even more. So I just ask that you guys consider canceling this contract because I don't believe that the Corby project was presented to you in truth. So thank you very much.
Robin Jackal.
I just want to add, I have pictures that I took today of them pre-positioning what we believe are their storage units on adjacent property. This company is arrogant.
Hello, my name is Robin and I'm a resident near the proposed Corby site in Vacaville. I did speak at the prior meeting in November. I brought photos. I showed the canals. I showed the homes and the ag land and you have pictures of it. They took pictures of it. Basically, I just want to say, please cancel the contract with Corby because I feel you have been misled. Thank you.
So I believe that's all the public comment in person. Just want to make sure. Okay. Do we have any public comment online?
We have Wendy Brecken, followed by Allison Harris.
Hello, I'm Wendy Brecken. So the Corby project, staff says that they're not responsible, the MCE is not responsible for the location or compliance with any laws, general plan laws of Corby. That's all on Corby. All that MCE does is contract for energy. So unfortunately, that's not correct. If we look at the JPA that's online, MCE cannot cause to be constructed a facility that is non-compliant with the general plan or local zoning, and that is exactly what MCE has done. They've contracted with Corby back in October 2023 to be constructed a facility that's on prime ag land and ag land of state significance, which clearly is not compliant with general plan and local zoning. I wrote an email and that outlined a number of general plan provisions that are applicable, and clearly an industrial size best facility is incompatible with the general plan. So the Solano County Board of Supervisors then eventually did a ordinance which basically implemented the general plan, saying, that best facilities should go where industrial areas are, where they're appropriate. SB 254, which staff alluded to, the new law that, tries to supersede all local laws, is not really applicable to the issue of the Joint Powers Authority Agreement, because that has to do with the contractual relationship between Solano County and MCE, the JPA. And clearly we have a problem where there's either a breach of contract, or, as I state in my email, the breach of contract with the JPA, and as I state in my email, there's no authority to contract with Corby on prime ag land for a BES. Thank you very much.
Allison Harris, followed by Pam Berenger.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Allison Harris, and I live, work, and sell homes in Vacaville and all over Solano County. I'm against the Corby project. Although I support clean energy, I cannot support a project sited in a dangerous and illegal location. I want to formally request that the board cancel the Corby project contract due to documental nonconformity with your own rules and misrepresentations made during the approval process. There are 3 critical reasons why this contract should be voided. First, it violates the Solano County General Plan Measure T, which has been covered by several people, so I know you understand this. Second, the board was misled. Again, this has been covered. This site is prime ag land. It was full of orchards. It was beautiful. It's been ripped up because that's what they want to do with it. And it's when, not if, it catches fire because they want to use lithium ion out there, it's going to contaminate the soil and the water around there, plus our air, and pollute everything for all of our residents. As Sarah mentioned, we're close to a hospital, the freeway. It is directly basically a parcel away from the freeway. It is so close, it's ridiculous. How they misled with a picture of a desert to you guys when it's prime ag land that had been planted with trees is just unbelievable. Next Era is attempting to bypass our local county authority as well as the city by going to the state and asking daddy to approve something that mommy said no to. I hope that MCE will stop doing this. You guys are the financial engine backing the project, and you have a duty of care for the people that you're potentially placing into harm's way with this facility. So please separate yourselves from the environmental consequences of the facility that you've commissioned. And I know your mission for MCE's mission is sustainability, but you can't claim to be sustainable while destroying protected agriculture resources. So I implore you to right this wrong and uphold the integrity of the JPA and cancel the Corby contract immediately. Thank you.
Pam Berenger.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you. My name is Pam Berenger. I am also a member of Keep Vacaville Safe. When Sarah Dunn opened that group up is when we were addressing another issue with the city and lithium ion. And I've listened to a lot of what has been said tonight about contracts and legalities, open mics. I really wish you guys would void it. I can tell you something about Corby right now, to go along with how shisty they are. They do not have agreements with Solano Irrigation District to cross or dig any of their lands or property due to the lithium. I believe it's due to the lithium ion. I am not sure, but I know that Solano Irrigation has stated that even if they approve the lithium ion, that they can't build it as planned because it has something to do with how they're going to dig. And since Vacaville is nothing but wells, it kind of appears that lithium ion anywhere in this area, you'll poison our wells. You really need to maybe look into Solano Irrigation District or look at your contracts. Make sure everything it's Corby is they're shysters. That's kind of what I want to say. As far as the open mic, Director Brown, there was an incident right before the meeting started today, about 10 minutes, and there was an open mic session. And I really hope whoever they were talking about didn't hear it. I am sorry to have to tell you like this. Now, I don't know if this is the second one that you found out about tonight or if it is in fact the third, but I did want to tell you that. And please cancel this contract with Corby. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that our last public comment?
I see no additional hands, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So I'll bring it back to the directors. And so my request, if we can send it over to TechCom. I know we've been getting public comment about this item since October. And I just want to thank you all for allowing us to move the agenda item around and move up. Last week, some of the constituents that came to speak on this, they waited the entire 4 hours to be able to speak. And so I just wanted to be thoughtful this time as well. And for everyone who came out to give public comment or on Zoom, I just want to thank you for your advocacy. I'm not saying anything about the contract, but I just want to appreciate their advocacy for their community. I come from a disadvantaged community in Pittsburgh and Bay Point, and I tell you, I wish we had that same type of advocacy when I was growing up. We have a landfill, we have refinery next to us, we have Highway 4, a freeway running through our communities, chemical plant, steel mill. I could go on and on about the heavy industry that we have in our community. But the asthma rates and all the other health conditions that come with that. And so I just, really appreciate the advocacy. I just wanted to acknowledge that and thank you. All right. We will move on to item 7. Oh, sorry. Director comments. Are there any director comments? Yes.
Point of order, if we're sending this over to the committee, do we still have to go through it? Because I'm also looking at time. So I'm just trying to be aware of that, because I thought it was that we were listening to public comment, but sending it over. Are we there?
Well, Charles lives in Solano County, so I just want to make sure he's able to share his comments as well.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And I recognize that we're sent it to a tech committee, but I'm a Solano County native, so I really appreciate all y'all coming down here. I know it's kind of a trek. We're neighbors. I love Vacaville. I love you guys. So I think we owe it to ourselves, me as a Vallejo resident, but also as far as board to be good neighbors. So I'm on the technical committee. So let's continue the conversation, and I hope we could figure something out. Thanks.
Chair, if I can, real
Yes.
quick. I also want to thank public comment and for being here tonight to make the trek here, to wait so long. This is obviously a very serious topic and issue. I learned a lot tonight because of public comment, and I look forward to more information from the tech committee. But I want everybody to know behind me, I hear you loud and clear, and thank you.
Thank you. Any other directors? I just want to make sure I'm not moving too fast. All right. we will send that item to Tech Committee, and we will move on to item number 7, election of chair and vice chair. I will move this, turn this item over to Catalina.
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight the voting process on this item. It is a general admin item under the operating rules and regulations and requires an extra majority. So that majority is of the full membership. So we're looking for 20 votes in favor when you're electing an officer. So we need 20 votes in favor to
And due to time, will we be able to take both of these items together, or do we have to take them separately?
it would be at the discretion of whoever proposes a motion.
Thank you. Okay, I will turn it over to directors. Yeah, Amanda.
Yes, I would like to make the motion that we approve Chanel Scales Preston as our chair and Cindy Darling as our vice chair.
Second that.
Madam Clerk.
Belvedere?
Yes.
Wait, can I pause? We have not taken any public comment on this item. I don't know that there is any, but I just wanted to.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item? Seeing none from the audience, do we have any public comment via Zoom?
I see no raised hands, Chair.
All right, now bringing it back to the board for a vote. Okay.
Belvedere? Belvedere?
Yes.
Benicia?
Yes.
Concord?
Yes.
Contra Costa County?
Yes.
Danville?
Yes.
El Cerrito?
Yep.
Fairfax?
Yes.
Fairfield?
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Hercules?
Yes.
Lafayette?
Yes.
Larkspur?
Yes.
Marin County?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Mill Valley?
Yes.
Moraga?
Yes.
City of Napa?
She had to leave.
Napa County and 4 Napa cities?
Yes.
Thank you. Novato?
Yes.
Oakley?
Yes.
Pinole? Pittsburgh?
Definitely yes.
Pleasant Hill?
Yes.
Okay. Richmond?
Is that Richmond?
Yes.
See.
Thank you. Or gracias. Sorry. Director Lawrence Galati, I apologize. As you are participating remotely, can you please disclose whether there is any other individual 18 years of age or older present in the room with you at your remote location?
No one is present in the room right now.
Thank you. Sandra Faust?
Yes.
Sausalito?
Yes.
Solano County?
You sure?
Yes.
Okay, yes. I don't mean it that way. I mean, like, do you want the job? And I'm just.
Vallejo?
Yes.
Walnut Creek?
Yes.
This is. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to thank you all for your support. I won't do too much talking, but since joining MCE, it has been a pleasure. Once I joined, I was really into workforce development and seeing all these projects get done in West County and Richmond, our solar farm, and figuring out how can we do things in our communities. Every time you serve on a different committee, like how can that committee help you at the time I was on city council. And so with that, I was able to, we had a call center in the city of Pittsburgh for MCE. MCE has been able to work with Future Build, which is a work training, job training program, which has disadvantaged students who may have not went to college. And this is another option for them. They've been able to help install solar, battery storage, and those things have been installed through our school district and community. And then once I got on the county level, we've been able to, our public works fleet, MCE helped us to put all of the charging stations in, and we have all these electric vehicles for our public works fleet, and constantly looking at programs for our community, trying to get them to go towards clean energy. As I shared earlier, our community is not that clean. So I just want to thank you. My goal this year is not to serve as chair for much longer, and I would, so happy that Director Darling is here. She's a good partner, and I appreciate all of her support over the past couple of months. And I really want to address the key issues and help provide stability. Having so many new board members come in this year and address the key issues. And I look forward to the next item. But I just want to thank you all again, and Director Darling, Vice Chair Darling.
I just want to say thank you, I think. I've been on MCE for 5 years now, and I think there's a lot we are going to be facing a very challenging year with some very big issues coming to us. And so I think we can, and the best thing about this, I come from the water world, and there's not a board in the water world where everybody agrees on a common purpose. And that's the best thing about serving on MCE is we all see our common purpose as greener energy and stable, affordable rates for our customers. And I think that's why I am interested in doing this. I am not actually crazy. So I think we have a lot of skills and abilities here, and we can. So thank you for your support. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Now moving on to item 8, the MCE government assessment. I have had the pleasure of working with Mary and Liz over the past couple of weeks. As I shared earlier, I got a chance to meet them at a conference back in November, and I was talking to them about this government assessment and trying to figure out how we can work together. So I just really appreciate their support. And so we've been trying to work together on this ourselves without staff, just us. So I appreciate their time, digging in, trying to see how we can all move forward. So I know you all have this memo in front of you as well, but I want to turn it over to our directors to see if they have anything that they would like to share.
You said we all needed to find it. So I have, just being a part of this board for just a little bit over a year, and really celebrating this year, the 15th anniversary of the organization. I think that there's an opportunity to really look at how the board functions, how we work together, how we get through meetings. I am not at my best at 10 o'clock at night, and it's hard to make good decisions after a long week, and I imagine I'm not alone. And so working with the chair and Supervisor Alicio, really just trying to use my experience in the county of Marin, where we are doing some of these organizational assessments, to say, is this the time for this board to look at a governance assessment in particular, and potentially as the next step, an internal organizational assessment. This is not my profession of doing these organizational assessments, but relying on 3 of them that I'm doing on our county board of supervisors right now, and talking to some folks who do these kind of organizational assessments. We have drafted a proposal for the board to consider tonight, which would be to go through the process of what the next step would be to go through a governance assessment for MCE. And that's, again, I don't know that we have this tied up in a bow perfectly, to be honest, because I think we're all trying to figure out what's the best way to go forward, how to do this, and really get it to a team that does governance assessments to help us work through this process of, nobody's doing anything wrong, but just at 15 years, is there a way that we can be more efficient and effective? So I'll turn it over to Supervisor Lisa.
Yes, thank you for that. This is really, I'm listening to what this board has asked at the last meeting. This was discussed, it was brought up by the board. I can't remember who brought it up, but somebody brought it up. Chanel, okay, our chair, our very smart chair. But, it's been discussed, and I think that this is an opportunity to look fresh and see how we're operating as a board. Can we make it more efficient? How are the votes weighted? There's a lot of different questions that we can ask, and I think it's a really good time for us to go through this. I'd be happy to be on the ad hoc committee for this and help in any way, but this is really a response into what we've been hearing on this board for improvement after the 15-year mark. So we started with just trying to keep this as simple as possible. And because there's a lot of different options, but in short, it's really, first of all, getting your approval. Does this board want to do a government assessment of the board as a starting point? Because it is difficult. Having a 34 members on the board is a lot. I have to say, I want to thank the chair and everybody who drove from Marin County to be here, because I think it helps a lot for us all to be here in person in Concord. So that might be one of the feedback that we get if we do decide to contract out, do an RFP. There's a lot of different companies that does this work. There's 8 that are mentioned here. There may be more that we can send out and see how long this will take, how much this will cost, because we need to be, of course, mindful of that. And then bring it back to this board. The ad hoc committee would bring it back to the board for a final decision. Just kind of throwing it out there, I think it would be helpful to the board if the ad hoc committee narrowed it down. Let's say we start with 10 or even 8. If we could narrow it down to 3 and you trusted the ad hoc to do that, and then present those top 3 for the board to make the final decision based on scope, cost, and time, I think that's a really, a big step forward. I really do. Let the assessment happen, let the feedback come back, and then we can discuss what we like, what we don't, and how we want to move forward as a board. It really is about becoming more efficient, really supporting this agency more, both in the mission and our duty to the ratepayers. So that's kind of the thought behind it. If you have any questions, please let us know. And again, the ad hoc team can expand. It's not, and again, you'd have to, whether you want us to be even on the ad hoc committee, that's up to you. But it's not limited, as you know, to 3 members. We want to, it'd be good to have it expand by a couple. We don't want a big ad hoc committee, but I think a nice size would really be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you both. And as it was shared, we were looking at, how do we phase this out? So if we start here, we can do another phase of the government assessment to do an organizational assessment or culture assessment, given that the agency has been 15 years and hasn't had one. Some of the consultants that we looked at, as Director Sackett shared, that they're using at their county right now. But some of the other ones listed, Cal Cities have used them, Silicon Valley Clean Energy, Moran Water, Silicon Valley Clean Energy has used 2 of these different groups. Bayer Healthcare, Blue Cross Blue Shields. So we were kind of looking at agencies or consultants that have dealt with big boards, but not tied to any of these, just was sharing them as examples, just to provide discussion. So I will, Director Kohler, I see your hand up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I had sent all three of you an email with my suggestion. After reading the memo, I think it's a really good start for a scope of board governance, but I believe when we talked about it, we were also looking at the organization as a whole. And maybe that could be phase two, but I think that's important. We haven't done anything in 15 years to really look at the organization. I've spoken to Chanel and also Mary. I haven't had the pleasure of talking to you, Liz, but I think I would suggest rather than an RFP, which can be very weighty and take a very long time to put together, that you do an RFQ. And those are simpler, and I think we've done those at MCE before. And I think if the board agrees with kind of the general scope, but I would add phase two to it, and maybe not spell it out at this point. I would suggest that rather than you three trying to do an RFQ, because I know you guys have other things to do and maybe don't have the knowledge of that level of detail, is if the board agrees to kind of the scope, that we could have some staff put that together. And then the ad hoc committee could review that and make sure it meets the needs. I'm supportive of the three of you on this committee. It's really just getting the word out there to these various companies. I also, when I talked to the chair today, Bay Area Air Quality Management District, I worked there for a number of years. They have a very large board, not as large as this one. And they went through eliminating a lot of people at the top and bringing in new folks. So they may have done an assessment already. But I think we also need to look at, as you mentioned, Chanel, keeping the costs down. Some of these agencies spent, I think, way too much. And I think we need to look at what is it we really want to do. I think as we start expanding an ad hoc committee, if all we're doing is getting the word out there to some companies and seeing if there's others, I would trust you guys to come back to winnow it down to 5 to 3, bring it back to the board. As we start adding too many people to the ad hoc committee, then you have trouble getting a time to meet. Everybody's busy, and then it will delay. So I'm good with generally the scope, but I would add that a phase two would be looking at the organization as a whole. And that's where I'm at. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Kohler. And just want to respond to that. Director Kohler, as she shared, she sent over some information, email, and we got a chance to discuss it. And one option could be that we, have an option of this being phase one, or second option, asking the consultant if they can do it all together, and we can look at the costs and bring it back to the board to see what everyone decides. Director Andres.
I agree with Director Kohler's comments about trying to wrap in the organizational review, and maybe a middle ground is on the governance part. We wrap in the leadership of this agency, meaning the executive management and the board, because I think, when we're talking about a lot of all of the mission and our processes and our internal controls, I think a lot of that involves executive management. And so while it may be time consuming perhaps to do a full organizational review along with a board review, it might be possible to structure it so that the board review also includes executive management. I would support a small ad hoc committee and certainly support, the 3 supervisors. I think it would be fair to add the Solano County supervisor, and would, if she's interested, I would nominate her to join the ad hoc committee. And I was just curious in terms of just how I think structure, writing the RFP or the RFQ is be very important here because that will define the scope that goes out to the consultants. And so just curious, like how you all might be soliciting feedback from board members. Like, do you want us to send you emails? Are we going to have additional meetings to, I'm just curious on what that process will look like. Thanks.
I'm hoping that we get in feedback right now so that we can start documenting that. Our recommendation next steps is, to move forward with the ad hoc committee, but B is to actually get feedback from you all. And that's our next step. So we'll write all those items down, and when we meet as an ad hoc, we can start putting that together.
Public
Director,
comment is coming too, right?
yes.
So my feedback is great. And yes, small group, also great. I think that when we settle on the consultant, I think they'll give you some really great feedback on what the scope should be. I think the relationship obviously between the principal leaders of the staff and the principal, of the board, the relationship between that is symbiotic, right? So I don't know why. I think it seems to me that you would probably do both at the same time. That off the top of my head, but I think that whoever we engage will lead us on that as well. I just want to throw out, I'm going to be on the policy group, the governance policy group at Cal Cities. So I'll be happy to weigh in. I'm not advocating I be on anything, but I'll be happy to share resources as I go forward on that committee. So and I know you guys are going to do a great job. So small group is good group, right? So
Thank you.
yes, of course.
Director Zepeda.
I just want to make sure that I understand. So is the committees, is it just one committee that we're looking to form, or is it potentially two? One of them to do the RFP portion and kind of figure out the consultant, and then the other one that's actually the governance committee. So figuring out the nitty gritty, or is it just one or two?
It's just one. We're just going to work as an ad hoc to, and I think I agree with Member Hoffman, is that the consultant is going to help with the scope of this after we talk with them, and we'll work with staff on that too. But we're just going to help facilitate the RFQ, get that out, help narrow it down, and bring this back to this board for decision making.
Thank you. And then my other question, I want to make sure that I understand, and I'm relatively newish to the board, and I'm trying to figure out the structure as well, and I think we all might be trying as well. So it was mentioned about the executive management. Does the board have direct management to everyone else or only to the CEO? So who are we then managing? And then, because maybe this is maybe two RFPs, one of them that is board led for board purposes, and then potentially giving the CEO guidance to do her own for her staff, because I don't know that we direct her staff. That's how I usually see other boards. I'm not sure how this one works. It's a question of trying to understand the process.
I think once we talk to the consultant, they can provide us guidance. We didn't want to have any consultants here. We just wanted to come to you with just our memo, so that it is us coming up with this together as a board. But talking to the consultants, and they're providing us guidance on that, we can bring it back.
So it's more process. So currently, does the board give direction to other executive management people, or do we give direction to the CEO, and then the CEO then takes it and hands it out? So that's a process piece. I'm trying to just figure out, because otherwise, if we say, let's do an RFP to also include executive management, I think we might be overstepping if that's the process. I'm just to understand the process.
Yeah, you're correct that MCE follows the common best practice of most public agencies, where the CEO or the general manager is the one that determines how staff is spending time. We serve at the pleasure of the board and are always looking to implement board policy. But it is my responsibility to make sure that we have staff resources to meet all of the policy objectives that the board sets. So I would need to be involved in anything that's impacting staff time. But we do have a great team of staff here that's great at interpreting board guidance as well. So we do work as a collaborative team with ultimate responsibility lands on my desk.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
And if I can add, if I can add on that, Caesar, I want to thank you for that question because it's a really important question for clarification. When we were talking about this and in terms of like the suggestion of executive management, because we looked at doing all, right? Both the board and the agency. We talked about that. And the concern is that it's such a big lift. It would take so much time and it would be so expensive. So that's when we talked about doing a phased approach, saying the board first. But at the same time, as our chair mentioned, we also discussed we could, through the RFP process, we could ask what would the scope and cost and time be for just the board, and what would the scope and cost and time be if we did the entire, ate the elephant with one bite, right? Well, kind of thing, because it's a big one. And we all, as board members, we want to be mindful of that cost and time, and of course the whole purpose of this. So that's why we thought either doing it phased or through the RFQ, we can ask so we would know and be informed what would it cost to do both. We want to be open, we want to be transparent, and really get the best results here.
And if I could just add through the chair, I think, also the unique subject matter of this and trying to find consultants that have awareness with energy agencies. I think it's different than somebody who may look at the governance structure of a small city versus somebody who's looking at how energy is. And so there are teams out there who do this kind of work. And so we want to make sure that we pull them in and say, what is the best practice? And some initial conversations have said looking at all of it at once isn't the best use of your time. It's better to kind of chunk it up. But I hope, I guess the ask would be to give us, the direction to look into it further, and we will certainly learn through conversations and come back with, with the proposal that we can come up with, really listening to the people who do these kind of evaluations. Yeah, we've got.
Okay, I'm going to move over to the Zoom screen because our Madam Clerk let us know that they've been waiting for a while. Director Wilkerson.
Thank you. I didn't have a lot to add. I think this is a really great process, so I appreciate the work that's been done. I definitely support the idea of using consultants with energy sector experience as well as public sector experience. And my main question was really whether the draft RFP is going to come back to the board, or will the next step be that we will see the results of the RFP in terms of a short list of consultants?
However you would like us, at the direction of all of our directors, however you would like us to move in terms of that process. I think we're all happy to do it. We're trying to make it ours, right? And so if that's something that's important, we'll do it that way.
A short list back, my vote.
Yeah, I would actually say I liked Director Alessio's comment about having, we want to get from 8 to 3, and then the 3 would do the deluxe presentation. I think, though, I think we have to see the RFQ before it goes out. I hate to do it. I hate to think of that one more cycle, but I think that's the only way to really ground it right now. It sounds very conceptual, and we all think it's all great. But I think we have to kind of see it first, and then we issue it. I think if you issue it on your own and then you filter from 8 to 3, then we get it. It's like, well, how do we know that was the right? So I do think we have to see it. But I am definitely supportive of Caesar's comment. Keep it simple. I mean, board and maybe CEO, but I don't think we should boil the ocean. We got to get this thing moving, and, board it every month. It's going to take a month probably for you guys to meet and figure it out. So I like simple and focused.
Director Galati.
Yes, I apologize. My phone died. So yeah, I wanted to. I agree with Director Sackett. I think the scope of work sounds really good and relying on the consultants and knowing best practices. So starting with the board and then see what they can recommend. So I think recommendations from them will be really good, with expertise on the energy and government as well. So, and I definitely support having Chair Scales Preston, Director Sackett, and Director Alessio to be part of the committee. And when we are ready, I'm happy to entertain a motion to approve this committee. Thank you.
Director Zorn?
Sorry to be a wet blanket. Everyone else has been very positive about this. I am questioning about why we need this. The staff report doesn't do a particularly good job of articulating the problem statement, and I feel like we are just coming forward with the solution without any problem statement to solve for. So I'm clearly going to be outvoted, so I just want to voice my concern that we are making the decision about one, that we need this and that assumption is accurate. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what drove this. And then two, that we have an RFQ requesting them to review certain parts of the organization, but not all of it. And because I don't know where the problems are, I don't know why we would want to review only part of it and not all of it. So if the problem is us, it should be with just reviewing us. If the problem is us with the CEO, fine. But if there's something else that's driving this, then we shouldn't cut out the rest of the organization. And I totally hear what everyone's saying about cost and, the amount of lift. Like, yeah, that's fine. But I'm just having a hard time understanding why we're going into this process. And I really don't want to do a half process and not even solve for what we're coming here for. So.
Thank you for your question. And if I'm wrong and if there's not interest here, please let me know. But this is really as of listening to this board. In terms of the board's concerns about the efficiency of how the board's run, the size, how effective we're being. So it's really listening and hearing back from board members. And if there's no interest in the board doing this, then that's in itself its own vote. But at a 15, what we heard, or what I heard, is at that 15-year mile marker is a great opportunity to look, to see if we're as efficient as we possibly can, if this board is structured in the best way. Because when it started, it was a very small agency, and then different counties and cities joined MCE, and it's become a very big agency. I think out of it's the largest agency. I mean, I would say it's highly the most reputable. It's the founder and the beginner of all the CCAs. So it's just a good time to say, let's take a look and let's see how we're running and make this make sure we're doing this the best way that we can, again, to support the mission and support the ratepayers. So it was just really in a response of hearing other board members.
Chair.
Director Darling, Vice Chair Darling.
Yeah. I just wanted a couple observations. Our consulting firm that I own does these, and it's always interesting when you crack open the first task is gather input, and that is a chance for everybody to say what do they think is a problem and what is working well in organization. And it's always fascinating. It's a very Rorschach blot type thing. But I think we are facing the challenge of being a very large board. We are facing the challenge that our meetings are rarely getting done in the time that many of us are pulled in a million different directions. So I think having the board run more efficiently, having the board have a very good working relationship with the executive staff that report to us is probably what I see as being the big driving force here. And I think it will be interesting to see how the work evolves and talk to the contractors about how they would do this. Because I think that is the problem statement in my mind, is that the board is struggling to come to decisions in a timely manner and efficiently, of efficiency with use of our time. The XCOM that we had, that was, I think, a 7-hour XCOM. It was important that we did it, but there has to be a more efficient way to get through some of this stuff. And we've tried different things over the last couple of years, and we're still struggling a little bit. So that's why I've been supportive of this idea of the management overview. Is what are we? Sometimes you have to ask somebody outside of your group to say what's working, what's not working, and what can we do better.
And I just want to remind all of us that we do a retreat every year, and that's kind of the objective of retreats. And so now we're suggesting we do a thing that could be done at the retreat, but also do a retreat.
I think, Manvir, did you have a comment?
Is it Director Zorn who made the, okay. No, I really appreciate your comments, because I think, if we don't understand what we're trying to solve for, we can spend a lot of time and money on a process that doesn't really get us, what it is that we're after. And so in my mind, the board's primary role is fiduciary oversight on behalf of the ratepayers. And I think right now, because of a lot of reasons that have been surfaced, the size of the board, et cetera, this board struggles on the oversight component, and and so I think the challenge is, how do we structure ourselves so that we are more effective at carrying out our oversight duties. It's looking at the committee structure, the board structure, what are our policies, in terms of, how we want to, how we communicate our policy goals, to the executive management team. I mean, that's how we communicate with them, as, these are the policy goals and they're supposed to implement the policy. And so it's a review of our policies, and then, a review of how the board works with the executive management team. And so I think all of that plays into not just time efficiency, but I think also just we need to be more effective, in my mind, at exercising oversight. It's, increasing the understanding of what it is that MCE does. A lot of these questions around the contracts, I think, get very complicated. And then also making sure that the board is receiving the proper level of information so that we are making good decisions. And I think that's a real key component of it as well, is the board getting the information that it needs in order to make the best decisions on behalf of the ratepayers. So I am supportive of the governance review, again, including the leadership, the executive management team, because I do feel that there are some issues here that, it would be helpful to get an external advice on how we can be just more effective as a board.
Chair, can I ask
Director.
a clarifying question
Yes.
of Director Andre? When you say executive management team, are you referring to the CEO? Are you referring to general counsel and the executive team, which I understand to be 2 people in addition to the CEO? Who are we talking about there? Just so we're all on the same page.
Yeah, I would say the CEO, the chief operating officer, the chief legal counsel, and I would wrap in the chief financial officer as well.
I would also personally support that. I think beyond that, the structure of the agency, that's up to determined by the COO and the CEO for folks who report up. But I think for the folks who we interact with regularly in meetings, right, and the structure in which that's carried out, I think that would be helpful to wrap in. And I don't think that would be a huge extra lift, because you're not bringing in the departments and the department heads and staff doing the work.
Thank you. Director Kohler.
Yeah, I just want to say, having sat on this board for many, many years, and we are at 15 years, typically organizations take a look at how they're functioning 5 years or so. And I think there's been so much growth. I mean, I remember sitting here with, I don't know how many, 10 board members, but it wasn't just the board. We've grown in staffing. The way the organization is structured, should we be spending more effort on procurement, putting more staff there, so I just want to say it's not, when we started, it was a lot of fighting PG&E. Now it's coming from inside the house. We have, a lot of things take way too much time in meetings because there's so much distrust of some folks. So I think it's a good idea to define the problem statement, and I think what's been done so far is really good as far as the scope. And I don't think our retreats are for re-examining how the organization is structured or the board governance. So I think it's worthwhile to proceed. And I would like to see a phase 2 at just comparing to other CCAs. How are they structured? As far as, do we have, do they have as many customer facing things? Is that something, we've been the leaders. So we have done a lot and people have learned from us. And maybe some of what they've done has improved on us or been not as good. So I think it's worthwhile. Thank you.
Can I?
Oh, yes.
Sorry. So I feel like we've had really good, robust discussion, and I'm wondering if we could now entertain a motion to approve an ad hoc committee with Supervisor Scales Preston, Supervisor Alicio, and Supervisor Sackett on the ad hoc committee. I hope I covered everybody.
And I would like, if I can, if you don't mind, and I'd like to add somebody from Solano County, either a member Sandu or member Brown. Somebody from Solano County, I think, was discussed too, if that makes sense with everybody. Otherwise, the three of us is fine.
Is there interest from either of those individuals?
Or who else is? Oh, no, we don't want him. I'm kidding. Sorry. You're just so easy to pick on. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
So I'll make a motion to.
I know, yeah. Well, also, yeah, we have Carrie Birdseye too. So yeah, it doesn't matter to me as long as we do have somebody from Solano, because I think that's very important because we're the poorest county and we also, I think, the most diverse. So I think it's really good to have different points of view. My thoughts. No, I'm okay. Let me phrase it better.
Mandir, do you want
If
it?
that's all that's left over is me, God help all of you guys. But I'm happy to do it. But I've worked with Liz, so I know we're good there. So, Carrie, you'll be fine. Our colleague over here from Fairfield, who I've seen grown up.
I
This is what happens when you teach school.
I defer to my supervisor first.
No, sweetheart, if you want it, you are more than welcome to have it.
I'm happy to flip a coin.
I want it. Decided.
Carrie.
Okay, well, then
Thank
I
you,
will
Carrie.
amend my motion to add Carrie
Birdseye.
Birdseye. I said Bird.
I'll second the motion, Director Perret.
Okay. Madam Clerk just let me know there was a motion by Director Galati, and I think we missed it. So she would be seconding the motion if that's okay with you, Director Perry. We have to take public comment, so we don't want to forget that. Do we have any public comment in the room?
We have Alicia Minion.
Okay.
You're good?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have a couple online.
Okay. We'll take public comment on via Zoom.
Jody Timms, followed by Robert Miller.
So we're going on Zoom first, Jody?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to say by virtue of process, I'm a little confused. Typically in council meetings I'm at, a staff report is given, there's questions about the material, it's open to public comment, and then there's discussion, action, motions, et cetera. So maybe MCE runs these a little differently, but typically you want to get your public comment early before there's a lot of discussion. That being said, what I'd like to say, as both a member of the public and as a representative of 350 Marin, an organization that has been supporting MCE for 15 years, we have written in, and I've spoken a couple of times about at least our opinion and my opinion that we need a full organizational assessment at this time. You're going to be spending our taxpayer money and our ratepayer money to do something that I think needs to be comprehensive from the beginning. I understand the idea, the costs, et cetera, going in steps and stages perhaps. But to me, you need to look at the whole organization, including its relationship to the public, to the communities it serves, the programs, essentially all of it. I really don't want to see this rushed. I would much rather it take a good long time and it be really thorough so that as a member of the public, I can have confidence that the agency has been looked at from top to bottom in light of other CCAs and best practices. We may have started it, but we're not necessarily the best at everything under the sun as this first CCA. So I just really want to emphasize the importance of seeing what these consultants have to say. I was surprised to have essentially an ad hoc committee already formed. I'm not opposed to those folks who are on it, but typically it seems that would be a process the board would carry out together. There's a big difference to me between a governance assessment and an organizational assessment. And I really encourage all of you to consider a more thorough picture of the inside and the outside and the interface of the organization. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next public comment.
Robert Miller.
Yeah, so I'm Robert Miller with the Marin Conservation League. We strongly support an outside review of MCE board structure and functioning. It simply will strengthen MCE and help it succeed. I do think that looking at the organization as a whole at the same time is a great idea because you get the full picture. Top quality independent management consulting firm could evaluate key organization functions and make recommendations in such important areas as risk management policies and practices, procurement practices, financial reporting analysis and options provided to the board, allocation of future surpluses among competing uses, and strategic planning. And that's in addition to evaluating board structure and functioning. What's crucial about a full review is that it will really help the board provide needed oversight. Many firms do it. It's the prudent thing to do. And MCE would end up much stronger by going through that full review of an organization. It would really help MCE to be on the right path to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our last public comment via Zoom, so I'm bringing it back to the board. And if there is no further discussion, seeing none. Oh, Director Perry.
Yeah, I know it's late, but Chair Skills Preston or Supervisor Sackett or Alicio, maybe one of you could just kind of summarize some of the feedback we provided and kind of your guys' next steps, because I think we offered slightly different feedback and then we heard public comments. So I think that just might be clarifying before we go. Thanks.
You want me to go ahead? I have a list of the whys we're going to do this. So we're going to include that. I won't go through the entire list, but unless you want me to and you want to add to the list, I could do that. But for time's sake, I think what I'm hearing in combination. And so I appreciate the question. We discussed this prior to, and I mentioned this in a little bit ago. I think what we'll do is that we're going to, with the RFQ, we will ask for two different scopes and two different prices. One was just the governance assessment of the board. And then additionally, what it would cost and the scope would be if they did the entire agency along with the board. That way we can bring this back to the board with real information of scope, cost, and time, so we can make a mindful decision. Does that sound good?
It does. I do think, to Director Andre's point, I think there's about maybe 3 or 4 staff who either report to the board or report directly to the CEO. And I think that interplay, I think would be helpful in our board governance review, because I think that connects to how we all interact as a board as well.
And that would be part of it.
Yeah.
So when we're looking at the entire agencies that we're looking at, we could go either phased in or just get the 2 prices of the
Mhm.
board solely governance, or the board and the entire agency, which would include, of course, the executive management team.
Yeah, I guess what I'm suggesting is for just the board that we also include that, because I think the full board governance is actually, the full organizational
what you're
governance is
saying.
actually much larger. So
I see what you're
we heard
saying.
from public comment, right? A whole list of things,
Okay.
right? So I think including that as one option, and then including the other as the board plus those couple, 3, 4 roles and how those interplay.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. And I think actually I'd like to hear what the consultant would recommend on this
Okay,
part
yeah,
too.
that's fair
So we
as
can bring
well.
that back.
Yep.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify, Director Perret, I mean, we are not going into an HR role, so I think we got to be clear. We're not evaluating people, we're evaluating processes and strains of, so I just want to make that clarification.
I think in XCOM, we've had a bunch of questions come up in the last year in terms of, does legal counsel traditionally report to the board? Does the CFO traditionally report to the CEO? Things like that have come up, and they've kind of been hanging out there in a parking lot. And so I think getting kind of what is the best practice? Is that what we already have? Is that something different? I think that could be helpful to clarify.
Thank you, Director Perry. So bringing it back to Director Sykes for your motion, right? You were the one who made the motion?
Can she repeat that motion just so there's clarity
Yes.
among everybody?
Yeah, so I was moving that we approve an ad hoc committee to consist of Chanel Skills Preston, is Aliso, am I saying your name right? Mary Sackett and Carrie Birdseye as our ad hoc committee on governance.
And I have seconded, I think.
All right. Madam Clerk, if you could please call roll.
Belvedere,
Yes.
Manisha,
Yes.
Concord,
Yes.
Contra Costa County,
Yes.
Danville,
Yes.
El Cerrito, Fairfax,
Yes.
Fairfield,
Yes.
Hercules left, Lafayette,
Yes.
Clarksburg,
Yes.
Marin County,
Yes.
Martinez,
No, thank you.
Mill Valley,
Yes.
Moraga,
Yes.
Napa County,
Yes.
Novato,
Yes.
Oakley,
Yes.
Pittsburgh,
Yes.
Pleasant Hill,
Yes.
Richmond.
See,
Thanks. San Rafael, I'd have to ask you if since you're participating remotely, can you please disclose whether there is any other individual 18 years of age or older present in the room with you at the
No.
remote location? Thank you.
Yeah, no one is here.
And
besides
yet,
me.
okay, thank you. Sausalito,
Yes.
Solano County,
You sure, right, Carrie? Yes, that's fine.
Vallejo,
Yes.
Walnut Creek.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to item 9, the Finance Committee scope. I will turn this over to our MCE VP of Internal Operations. Please go ahead, Justine.
Not behind you again.
Oh, okay.
Sure. Hi, my name is Justine Parmalee. I'm the Vice President of Internal Operations. So MCE's Executive Committee convened in December and January to develop, review, and revise the attached draft scope that you have before you today. I'd like to take a moment to highlight that we've already appointed, or your board appointed during C3, 3 members to the committee, Directors Wilkinson, Director Andre, and Director McCormick. Thank you for your service. In addition to the recommendation from the committee to approve the draft, if any additional members would be interested in joining the committee, this is a great opportunity to do so. The scope in front of you does say 5 to 7 members. So if you didn't have a chance to during consent, there is an opportunity to do so now. This item follows the voting shares method. Action will require a majority vote of all directors, and the directors voting in the affirmative have more than 50% voting shares based on MCE total energy usage. Additions to the committee is an administrative general matter and would be a second vote if there are any additional members for the committee. I'd like to take a quick moment to just express sincere gratitude to the executive committee. I'm very happy that I was able to support you through this process, and I just wanted to express that. And I'd like to pass the mic over to the chair of the executive committee, Director Perret.
Yeah, I'll keep this brief, just to say, since we last all met and a majority voted to direct us at the executive committee to bring back a scope of work, the executive committee met twice to review best practices from other CCAs. Appreciate the staff for providing all of that good information, and what we've come up with, I think, is a really solid scope. There may be changes in the future as we learn how this goes, but for the moment, I think it's really good. It was a unanimous vote from the executive committee to bring this forward today. So thank you, Justine, and thanks for all the other staff who helped, and thanks to all the executive committee members who participated.
Thank you both. Okay, are there any questions from members of the board? Director Kohler?
I just want to make a clarification. The executive committee did not have the authority to appoint people to the board. I think this board would have to do that. To the finance committee, there was interest expressed by 3, the names were mentioned. So I think we would have to appoint them formally as the full board.
Yeah, and Director Kohler, in the supplemental packet, that was included in item C3 that was approved earlier this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions or comments from directors? Director Zorn?
Based on the conversation we had on the last item about trying to get representation from the different counties, I just want to make sure, can you remind me what are the cities and counties that the people on the finance committee are from?
Yeah, the cities of Belvedere, Larkspur, and Lafayette in the county, representing members for Marin and Contra Costa.
So do we need someone from Solano County on the finance committee just to continue anyone who was fighting with Carrie last time? Anyone want to be on it? And if not, it's fine. I just wanted to offer that up because this one seems smaller than the others. Or Napa. Oh, thank you. Good point.
Director Zorn would like it.
Yay.
I'll put up with Charles. I'll join too.
Chair, I would be happy to make that motion to add the 2 additional members and to approve this item. I don't know if those have to be different motions.
I do need to, pending the schedule. I don't know when the timeline is, when the meetings. Sorry, I don't look at that.
The timeline was left open to the committee itself. It's
perfect.
It's silent in the scope in front of you.
Thank you.
Before you make that motion, just process. Can we go to public comment, please? No? Okay. Do we have any public comment via Zoom?
I see member of the public, Dan Sejedin.
Good evening, Dan Segadin, Marine Conservation League. We do want to compliment the executive committee for working together to create this document and voting unanimously to support it. For the record, we were a bit disappointed that there was not more preference in the document for members that have financial expertise. Finance is a specialized area that goes far beyond budgeting. For good decision-making, the board needs financial information that is clearly communicated, correct, and insightful. To achieve that, you absolutely need financial expertise. But for now, we think the document expresses the preferences for relevant finance skills and abilities sufficiently to enable an effective finance committee. So we want to take this opportunity to applaud the executive committee's efforts to create and agree on this document quickly and to get a unanimous recommendation to the board. A big thank you to Chair Perret and the whole committee. Well done. Given the upcoming budget, possible negative impacts from PG&E price changes and PCIA changes, and other significant financial decisions MCE is facing, this recommendation is coming just in time. We urge the board to vote yes and approve the Finance Committee. Thank you for your time and service on this board. It's been a long meeting.
Thank you. That's our last public comment for this item, bringing it back to the board. Director Perret, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, and turning to our general counsel, is it okay if I combine with the additional members, or would you like that separate?
I would recommend that we do it separately because there are different voting procedures that apply. And just, I know it adds a little bit more, but I appreciate the board's efforts on that.
I'll start by making a motion to approve a standing finance committee.
I'd like to second the motion. Yeah, I'd second it. You can, I can remove it and it could go to you. Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Chair, I was gonna ask, is it possible to do a voice vote?
Yes. Yes. Can we? Oh.
No, unfortunately, because we have multiple locations that are participating, we're required to do a roll call vote for each action item.
Could we do voice for the room and roll call on Zoom?
Unfortunately, the Brown Act doesn't allow us to make those.
Okay.
And I'm so sorry, but I just want to clarify the motion. I believe Director Perret, you were moving to approve the draft Finance Committee overview, not just approving the committee. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Belvedere,
Yes.
Benicia,
Yes.
Concord,
Yes.
Contra Costa County,
Yes.
Danville,
Yes.
Fairfax,
Yes.
Fairfield,
Yep.
Lafayette,
Yes.
Larkspur,
Yes.
Marin County.
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
Mill Valley,
Yes.
Moraga,
Yes.
Napa County and four Napa cities,
Yes.
Novato,
Yes.
Oakley,
Yes.
Pittsburgh,
Yes.
Pleasant Hill,
Yes.
Richmond,
Yes.
San Rafael, same question. Is there anybody in the room with you?
I am alone.
Thank you.
And yes.
San Rafael, thank you. Sausalito,
Yes.
Solano County,
I'll do C right now because my colleague just didn't do it.
I was like, oh.
thank you. Vallejo,
Aye.
Walnut Creek,
Yay.
thank you. Motion carries.
All right, and I'll motion to add. Yep.
Like the voting shares method, just so that we can.
Sorry about that. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. I'll move to add Vallejo and Napa, or if we say individuals, Director Palmares and Director Alicio.
I'll
to the
second
committee.
that, darling.
All right. Madam Clerk, can you please call roll?
Belvedere,
Yes.
Benicia,
Yes.
Yes.
Concord,
Yes. Yes.
Concord. Yeah. Contra Costa County,
Yes.
Danville,
Yes.
Fairfax,
Yes.
Fairfield,
I'm sorry.
Lafayette,
Yes.
Larkspur,
Yes.
Marin County.
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
Mill Valley,
Yes.
Moraga,
Yes.
Napa County,
Yes.
Novato,
Yes.
Oakley,
Yes.
Pittsburgh,
Yes.
Pleasant Hill,
Yes.
Richmond,
B.
San Rafael, same question. Anybody in the room with you?
I'm alone. Yes.
Thank you. Sausalito,
Yes.
Solano County. Solano.
Sorry, I was thinking that she should play a song instead of saying I'm alone. I'm sure there's some song out.
Yes, to Solano.
Yeah.
Thank you. Vallejo,
Aye.
Walnut Creek.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, we're at 11:08. So this is our last agenda item is the voting process. We will turn it over to our General Counsel, Catalina.
Thank you, Chair, and I will try to be brief in the interest of time. Just wanted to let you all know that in the packet, there's a staff report that addressed these voting processes that govern your board, and that was co-drafted by myself and outside counsel from Colantano, Highsmith, and Watley, which is a firm that has decades of experience in local governance matters. And just to quickly sum up, the voting processes that governs your board are outlined in the JPA and the operating rules. The JPA was initially adopted to allow for member jurisdictions to explore creating a CCA. It was really a process that was uncertain given the novelty of it and having to go through a variety of CPUC requirements to pass. And so with that, the JPA is drafted in a way that it allows for board members to consider other items that are, other energy programs that are not involving the CCA. So there's language in the JPA that says, as it relates to the CCA or non-energy, or energy programs that don't relate to the CCA. And so there are two voting processes that are established. One is the voting shares method, and we just visualized that with the finance scope, which is a majority of the directors, which is that higher bar, it's the majority of the membership. And then those voting in the affirmative need to meet 50% of MCE's total energy use. And what I will note is that at the November board meeting, when we went to discuss the finance committee, unfortunately, the guidance that was provided at the time would make the creation of the finance committee was incorrect to guide those votes. And that was because we relied upon a general and standard parliamentary procedure saying that majority is a majority of those voting in present. And unfortunately, that was inconsistent with our JPA. And, unfortunately, we're here at 11 o'clock at night again, and these errors can happen in environments that are pressuring and contentious, and it's late, and we're asked to do legal analysis on the spot. So with an opportunity to do a more direct analysis, which we did in the voting shares staff report, we identified that the correct method is the voting shares method. Now, with that, a very clear tenet of parliamentary procedures finality. So we are not recommending that we go back and revisit that vote. As you all have established today, the vote on the finance scope and appointing members to the committee our focus is now to just be on ensuring we are addressing the correct voting shares going forward. You've identified that or seen that in the tracker that we've provided. And I want to be clear that the default that we had in the tracker on the November 20th meeting was correct before changing. And we've just confirmed that going forward, we're using the correct method and are hoping to notate in staff reports in advance so that you all have a sense of what will be the voting process on that item in advance of the meetings. And so we have identified the voting shares method. The other method is the general administrative or energy programs not involving the CCA, and that would just rely on a general majority of those present. There was a lot of other material in the staff report. I'm happy if there's any other questions and happy to reach out to any of you if you'd like offline. I'll conclude there.
Thank you for your report. Bringing it to the directors. Are there any questions from directors at this time? Oh, Director Wilkerson?
I don't have a question. Well, I have more of a comment, which is that reading the JPA and the operating rules, it's extraordinarily ambiguous in terms of how these different voting procedures apply. So just as a sort of concrete example, we approve our budget using the general administrative matter where we literally assign money to specific customer programs, CCA programs, and that qualifies as a general administrative matter specifically stated out in the operating agreement. And yet the approval for a standing finance committee, which has no delegated authority at all, somehow fell into a CCA matter, and that seemed to be a staff judgment. And I would just suggest that there needs to be a review of these documents to provide a lot more clarity going forwards as to what qualifies as a general administrative matter and what qualifies as a CCA matter, because it's just going to lead to continued confusion and conflict if we don't more clearly define these different voting standards so that we all have a clear direction going forward. So I don't know how we achieve that, whether that's part of the governance review, I'm not sure, but it's really important that we do that because right now it's opaque. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Wilkinson. Chair, may I have a moment just to respond? Thank you, and appreciate those comments and recognize that there is a significant amount of ambiguity in these documents and do our best to provide a consistent application of these rules. And as noted in the staff report, there's opportunity for items that could be considered kind of a dual approach. Either it could be the core relating to the CCA, like the budget, or it could also be an administrative matter. And the board has taken those items in the operating rules and specifically outlined, hey, maybe these are ones that we want to have a different vote. Because not only are they a general admin, they also are a general admin that requires a vote of the full membership, a majority of the full membership. So I urge you as the directors to, if you want to include more clarity, that we can include that and make those changes in the documents via amendments to the JPA or the operating rules and regulations.
Any additional comments or questions from directors? Okay. Are there any? Oh, sorry, Director Andres.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me that when I read our JPA agreement and also the operating rules and agreements, it clearly calls out if it's a CCA program, it requires weighted voting. And if we decide on weighted voting, as we just saw, it's a dual test. It has to pass on the weighted vote as well as the one member, one vote basis. So it's a dual test and it's a higher bar because it's over the entire board rather than just quorum. So that's in relation to a CCA program. And that's where I think the ambiguity is, because how are we defining a CCA program? There's another section of our JPA agreement and the operating rules and agreements where it says general and administrative matters require one member, one vote. And then it calls out a subset of the general administrative where, as you just stated, these general administrative items require a one member, one vote of the full board, not just a majority of the quorum present. And examples that are called out specifically as general administrative matters are the approval of issuance of bonds, the hiring of the CEO, the appointment or removal of an officer, the adoption of the annual budget, the adoption of an ordinance, the initiation of litigation, and adoption and amendment of the operating rules and regulations, and then approval of any program that requires financial contributions by the individual member jurisdictions. So, I mean, it gives an example of what are general administrative. And I think what this board needs to decide is, what's the definition of the CCA program? And then how are we going to define the general and administrative? And I think past practice has been that this board uses the one member, one vote. Because most items are general administrative, for instance, the consent calendar. I mean, we just said that the creation of the ad hoc governance review or governance committee was, general administrative, and it was one member, one vote. And somehow the creation of the standing finance committee required a weighted voting, which required the dual test and the higher bar to pass. I mean, in my mind, that was really confusing and very contradictory. So I think as a board, we need to decide, what's a general administrative matter and what falls under the one member, one vote category versus, what's in what categorizes a CCA program.
This is something, our government assessment, we probably can add to it. Okay. Okay.
Chair.
Yes, Director Nakamura.
Thank you. I also appreciate, Catalina, that there will be an effort from staff to call out which way, when we are taking actions, which type of vote we're doing. So a better analysis before things go on to the agenda with whether it's a weighted vote or a single vote. Thank you.
And can that be added to the agenda?
We can. We were intending to do it as notes in the staff reports, so that it would be clear as it relates to that item.
Okay.
Chair, may I ask a question? I mean, I just feel like this is a board issue, so I think the board should decide. I mean, I respect Catalina as our legal, as the agency's legal advisor, but I just feel like this is a board issue, and we really should interpret what our documents say and what the intention is. And so I just don't know if we can wait for the governance review, because we do have a lot of things that we are going to be voting on, for instance, rate setting. Are we going to be applying a higher standard test to that, or are we doing one member, one vote? So I think there's a lot of important issues that are coming up, and I think we as a board need to decide in advance, what's a general administrative matter, and what is, implementation of a CCA program.
Chair?
Yes.
I think that's a worthy question, and if we can add that to the next agenda, and then of course through the governance assessment, there'll be more input on that. But I hear what Member Andre is saying. So if we can have staff kind of present something on the next agenda, and we can all decide to agree or whatnot, that would be great.
And the slight variation on the theme is the XCOM has the last couple times when we've gone in and rewritten operating principles, it's happened through the XCOM, and we ended up dealing with it that way. So I'd say
Okay.
rather than bring it back here to the full board, let's ask XCOM to look at it and see if there's anything.
I would agree with that, because otherwise every board meeting, every vote is going to be analyzed in real time. And I don't think that that's the most efficient time of our use.
I agree.
We'll be meeting for XCOM in the first week of February, so I'd be fine with adding this to the agenda.
Thank you. Director Galati?
Yeah, I also like the recommendation to bring it to the XCOM, and but I think this is perfect for the government assessment and best practices. And since I've been on this board for over 5 years now, and I think there was only one vote that I have participated that there was an issue, that we had a discrepancy between the weighted vote and the individual vote. So, I agree with the recommendation to bring it to the ESCOM and discuss in there, but I think this is perfect to review it as an assessment, for the governance team.
Thank you, Director. Director Kohler? Or your light is just on? Okay. Okay, I don't see anyone's light on, so I will move to public comment. We have one public comment here in Concord.
Hi, Alicia Minion. And so this is my fourth MCE meeting. And based on the reaction of my first MCE meeting, it sounded like the weighted vote was something new. So I did some Google searches and I found an article. It's in a Rinda local paper, and it's dated April 27th, 2022. And the article is about how Orinda passed on MCE, joining MCE again. The vice mayor of Orinda expressed concern that because Orinda is so small, that they would have a very low weighting, like 1%. And the response by MCE, according to the article, is this. MCE has stated that its board operates generally under a one community, one vote policy and has never called a weighted vote based on the electric load of each member community. I also participated in Solano County's September 25th, 2018 meeting when they were deliberating on joining MCE. I had submitted an email asking the question because I was concerned about the weight. And Board of Supervisor Vasquez, he expressed to me that his understanding, it would be primarily one man, one vote. So the concern is this is another example where the JPA agreement appears to be ignored. Just like my concern about the Corby projects not complying with the JPA agreement because the Corby project doesn't comply with the member jurisdiction's general plan. This is yet appears to be another provision that has been ignored. And I think if there are provisions in your JPA agreement like this that are ignored, it's kind of an implied waiver that you're just not going to follow this. And in a way, you've amended your JPA agreement. I think this raises a lot of legal issues. So while I heard from staff that, oh, the finance committee vote wouldn't have passed had we no, that if you're following your own practice since the very beginning, there's never been a weighted vote. It just seems like, why did you implement it for that? It just seems like it was with intent because you knew that possibly would be controversial. And it just, for me as an outsider, it looks like the staff didn't really want the oversight. And you guys, I'm not saying you're bad people, but this is what it looks like to me, that you decided, oh, let's do the weighted vote and maybe it won't pass that way. And it just seems very manipulative, but I think this has serious legal consequences because you're now just deciding you're going to implement the weighted vote going forward based on some undefined, whether what's an administrative matter and what's a CCA matter. Yeah, so this looks really bad.
Chair, may I just offer a response here? I'd just like to call the board to the attention that recently we've had votes where we've had differing opinions. And I think that the voting shares method has not been in depth because matters have been passing unanimously by the board, and then the voting shares, like acknowledging how much shares were for each vote, has become moot. So I understand that it can appear new, but just wanted to flag that it's related to the fact that we've never really had to address it in previous matters. And then I would just like to redirect board members to the staff report where we outline the analysis that was done on each of the items that were of concern about this committee scope, why the voting shares method was applied to that, and why the governance assessment was not going to apply the voting shares method, and to reiterate that, this is a very important issue, and that's why we brought in external counsel to make sure that we are supporting this item effectively and consistently. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment via Zoom?
I see no raised hands, Chair.
Okay. bringing it back to the board. So this is just a discussion item. There's no action here. Okay, so we will, as it was shared, we will bring it to the government assessment and for review. All right, our last item, board and staff matters. Are there any board or staff matters to discuss? Director Andres.
I had requested time to respond
Oh.
to Director Nakamura's letter. Thank you.
Yes.
And
So
we're gonna watch the video too. Maybe we.
Yeah,
Let-
I was hoping before we discuss the whatever Director Andre is going to say versus Director Nakamura's comments that we could watch the video and ascertain the facts for ourselves.
Chair, can I see if there's really an interest here? Again, it's not to be disrespectful. Thank you for the question. And thank you for sharing the video. I just don't know how productive it's going to be. And it's 11:30 and I need a gas station because I only have 14 miles left in my car to get home. And I live in Napa. So if anybody has a recommendation of where I can find gas, I need it. Thank you.
So what is the pleasure of the board? Would they like to review the video?
No, it does not, I'm sorry, it does not seem like a productive use of all these people's time at this time of night. It does not seem that critical, would be my opinion.
If I may, we've already been here already, like, we might as well. Our productive hours were long gone. I'm just being honest here, that's all. Just the exact opposite point, like, we're already here.
No, I think, we have people that have traveled from Napa County, Solano County, whatever, they should be able to get home. I do not believe this is a central board issue that needs to be addressed right now.
Hi, this is Maika Jerens Gulari from San Rafael, and I'm still alone. And I agree. I think is public information. If anybody wants to see it, they can always go there and see it. But I'm not interested in seeing the video. Just hoping to finish soon. Thank you.
Chair, I agree. And if we don't watch the video, I'd just like to submit my comments to the board in writing later after this meeting, please. Thank you.
Would it be possible to send the video to us via email? Isn't it available? It's already posted, right?
So my concern is the accusation was a public accusation and was misleading and false. And the video has only been shared with directors and not the public. And I believe it should be shared with the public.
I don't think that the video should be shared unless I don't think the video should be shared because it's not a public, it hasn't been, it's not a public video. It's a video that's been manipulated in a way that isn't, it hasn't been publicly made available. And so I think we should table it at this point. I think if Director Andre wants to submit and has agreed to submit her comments, written comments, I think that's sufficient. And I think we should call it and adjourn. That's my motion. I think we should adjourn.
I'll second.
Yes, Justine.
I do feel the need to comment on that. So the way Zoom records, there's a main recording that shows what we have seen tonight, that shows the presentation view, that shows the rotating between the rooms. That is what we upload to our website because that is what is useful to the members of the public. They are required to see what we share on our screen. Zoom also provides a gallery view, a rotating speaker view, as well as Zoom transcripts. The video that we are referring to here was the gallery view with the Zoom transcripts. They were unaltered. They were not manipulated in any such way. So I just wanted to clarify the record there that those are all available. They were all recorded in public session. The one we upload.
And I retract my statement.
Thank you.
Can we just please adjourn? I've made a motion to adjourn. It's been seconded. I suggest that we adjourn.
So I think in terms of In terms of, since we have different of opinions here, could we just take a vote on who would like the video to be shown? How long is the video?
The video is 30 seconds long.
I think that we should show the video.
Okay.
Can I,
And-
maybe
and I-
something in the middle there? Can we just maybe send this over to the executive committee and see if they can do, because there's difference in opinions and we might not all come together of what we hear, what we see. And maybe having a third-party independent investigator just come back and tell us what they saw and give us a surrounding, making sure that there's nothing that's been changed or altered, and then the full board, and then we can figure out if we make it public and how we make it public. But I think an investigator will help all of us try
Direct-
to move forward.
Director Zepeda, let me just share my experience with seeing the 30-second clip that we're spending 30 minutes avoiding. When I was present for the accusation about our CEO, it was made in a public setting, and it was very disturbing to me, extremely disturbing. And I went back and tried watching the public view, and then I asked to see, if there was anything else. I really did not want it to be true, and was like trying to figure out, is this really happening? It was very, very frustrating and stressful to me. And so after seeing the 30-second clip, I had all the information I needed.
Let's just do the
Chair-
30
Chair
seconds.
Smith.
Let's do the clip. And I just want to share, I think staff as well, for a statement to be made. It has bothered them as well, knowing that, there wasn't anything that they had said. I was disturbed to hear about the comment as well in XCOM, and went to watch it right away. So let's roll the video, the 30-second video.
Excuse me, before we roll it, I think that we should have more of a discussion and a vote by this board, by our board of directors, because it's members that are not present tonight, and it is members that some of them, got involved in this through a circumstance that they are not of their own making, other than the fact that they were having a conversation at a hot mic at an event. And so I think that a circumstance got away from this board through a hot mic event. And so out of courtesy for them, I think they should be notified that this video is going to be shown, and that they should be given the courtesy that it's going to happen. And so I think that we all need to take a pause, and out of courtesy for that, and all of us here, we should be de-escalating this conversation and this circumstance. And I don't think that this should go forward tonight. And I think, frankly, we all need to just take a breath, move forward in a spirit of, let's start a new conversation and move forward, and try to work together as a working board in a new spirit of cooperation moving forward. And so I think that it's hard to make good decisions after 11 o'clock at night when we're all exhausted. Call it a night. I've made a motion. It's been seconded that we adjourn, and I think we should move forward with that.
Can I just add one more thing?
No, I don't think so. There's a motion on the
There-
table. I'm going to call the vote. I'm calling the vote under parliamentary procedures. Motion has been seconded. I'm calling the vote. Please, let's take a vote.
Chair Skills-Wilson, I'm sorry, I haven't spoken for a while. I just wanted to say, as chair of the XCOM, the accusation was made in an XCOM meeting. I would be okay agendizing this and working with the parties involved to agendize it for the next XCOM meeting, which is a public setting. I don't know if that moves us forward. That would be not in the middle of the night. I fear if we continue, we're gonna digress versus proceed. So I would suggest moving it to XCOM.
I think that's a good idea.
Director Zepeda.
I think, yeah, XCOM and doing an investigation so we can all figure out that there. That's my That's another, I don't know how many motions there are, but that's another one.
And both Nakamura and Andre are on XCOM, so we can.
This is true. And can I just ask a clarifying question? The 30-second clip is available to anyone who want to watch it, correct?
Yeah, it's the public
Okay.
Zoom meeting, and we have queued it up if there's interest in folks hearing it now.
I will say that after I saw it, I was very relieved that it was not our CEO, and it was a sidebar comment when we were all tired, and I actually kind of laughed about it because we were tired and punchy, and I think that the disturbing part is that we had an allegation lobbed at our CEO that was not fact checked before it was done. Thank you.
Yeah, it also hasn't been retracted or apologized for.
Yes.
For the record.
Okay, so I'd like to respond. I can't just, sorry. So what I'd like to say is, first of all, yes, the video of the November MCE board meeting is public for members, for anyone to listen to the comments, and everyone can make their own decision about who said what. I think my view, contrary to Director Nakamura's view, is that the identity of the speaker is uncertain. The moment happened during a roll call vote in Concord, where the CEO was present, and it's been pointed out that multiple microphones were on in Concord and San Rafael. And the YouTube captioning that management is relying on as evidence is a third-party transcription service and frequently incorrect. But secondly, and more importantly than who made the comment, is the fact that the comment was made. And, Director Nakamura's letter speaks of ethical breaches. Well, I think the ethical breach here is that someone talked about removing directors from committees. And so I'm pointing that out as an inappropriate comment. Since I have started asking substantive questions about the operations and performance of this agency, there have been repeated attempts to impugn my character. These feel like intimidation tactics that seek to distract from MCE's serious financial and governance issues that I have raised. As board members, we have a fiduciary duty of responsibility. We have a fiduciary responsibility to provide oversight to our ratepayers, not merely a duty of loyalty as written in Director Nakamura's letter. As a fiduciary who represents taxpayers, I have been raising critical questions about the operations of this agency. These are the issues that have come to light this past year. One, a $200 million increase in energy costs, which led to an operating loss of $12 million in fiscal 2025. This is the worst operating performance of the top 10 largest CCAs. Secondly, MCE's operating losses have continued with a $10.7 million operating loss in the first 6 months of 2026, fiscal 2026. Thirdly, short-term 1 to 5 year contracts, which are a primary factor in MCE's surge in energy costs, are being executed without prior proper consultation with the technical committee and potentially without prior authorization from the technical committee chair. And lastly, there have been questions about whether management has locked ratepayers into multiple years of excessively high energy costs through these short-term contracts, even as market prices for PCC1 renewables and resource adequacy are down significantly from their peaks. These are the truly important issues, and I remain fully committed to executing my fiduciary responsibilities on behalf of MCE ratepayers. I will persist in asking rigorous questions and seeking clear and transparent answers from management. My focus continues to be the advancement of MCE's mission to deliver clean energy at affordable and competitive rates while safeguarding the agency's long-term financial health. And I hope we can get back to addressing the real issues on behalf of our ratepayers and the public. Thank you.
So she can speak for 5 minutes, but we can't watch a 30-second video.
Okay, it was,
Yeah.
the courtesy is to the member who's not here. So can we please adjourn? And
I
it's
just
going to go
want to
back.
clarify that member has been notified.
The point is,
Just so that we're being factual.
fine, acknowledged. Can we please adjourn now?
Actually, may
Director
I?
Galati.
Thank you. Still along here. So I'm just a little bit confused because it's like 11:40. We have approved a government assessment plan. We have a new finance committee. And as a very proud board member of MCE, I'm just trying to figure out what is the problem that we are trying to solve right now. I think whatever happened, we do have a new plan for a government assessment that I think could be something that can brought up to that place when we have like a consultant with best practices. So again, it's 11:41. I just don't see right now the point of everybody being very tired and on something that is not in the agenda. So that's my feedback, I guess.
Thank you.
Chair, I'd like,
Like you raising your hand.
Chair. Chair, I'd like to identify we have a motion on the table with a second and a call to the question and recommend that we move forward with a vote.
And what is the motion?
My understanding is adjournment and take this to XCOM. But Director Hoffman could clarify.
Just adjourn and
Just adjourn.
XCOM.
Yes, we probably should, because I think you still got directors, some of the directors that want to show the video, so.
Fine. Yeah, vote.
Excuse me, just for clarification, can you please make it very clear what we're voting on? Just
To adjourn.
make it very clear.
So Director Hoffman is voting, have provided a motion to adjourn the meeting. And
Yeah.
then, Amanda, she didn't provide a motion, but.
We'll provide a substitute motion to watch the video and then adjourn without discussion.
Okay, so now we have a substitute.
Second that.
And Director Kohler, second that. Madam Clerk, please call roll. Oh, sorry. Public comment?
I don't know, there's public comment on motions to adjourn?
Do we need a public comment for this?
Well, understanding that you can see the video. Your motion is to show the video right now.
Yeah, here's my public comment as a new person, fourth meeting. Look, obviously some board members are mad at Director Andre, and I can understand staff. They appear to be mad at Director Andre, and this just seems retaliatory and high school. And this is a really good reason why you need a governance overview. I honestly, you're showing that video, you just want to rub it in her face, don't you? You just want everybody to do it. You want this in the New York Times? You want it in the LA Times? You want it in San Francisco Chronicle? Guys, why didn't you use this kind of attention on assessing our Corby project? You're putting a huge lithium-ion battery project on agricultural land. You want to blow us up. And you instead want to spend time on rubbing this video in your face. Let me remind you, I hear you're non-for-profit. You are a government agency. Staff, I'm sorry. You have to be thick-skinned. You conduct the people's business in public. You will be ridiculed, complained at. That's the nature of the business. Showing that video is just, this is astounding. I've attended hundreds of meetings, school board meetings, county meetings, transportation authority meetings. This is amazing. It's really disappointing. Adjourn the meeting.
Any members of the public via Zoom?
We have a member of the public online. Can you unmute? Can you present your name, please?
Hi, this is Terrell Culloway. I am the member who is featured in the video, and I was only able to come to the meeting at about 10 o'clock tonight, and I was not made aware that this was on the table, and I am not appreciative that I wasn't made aware that this was going to be happening. It was me with a hot mic, which is embarrassing. And if you guys want to watch it on your own, that's cool, but I'm not okay with this.
And I'd like to clarify just that we're all speaking from facts. I don't want my comment to be misunderstood. Director Calloway, what I was referring to is that you were notified that this accusation was made and that the video did show you making the comment. We notified you before reaching out to anyone else, just a couple of days after the accusation was made. We wanted to be sensitive to not calling anyone out, and that was why we reached out to you right away. So I'm glad that you're here tonight, and I appreciate your comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board for a vote.
I'm sorry, can you clarify again the vote because I'm a little bit lost? Or if anything, I would love to make a motion to adjourn, and we already spent a lot of time discussing this item, that we put it, how do you say, like in the bag, and we move forward with, with
Yeah,
progress.
I'll second that third substitute motion. So that will be our motion that we're going to vote on now as a third substitute motion.
Thought we were in the middle of a vote.
Could I clarify the third? I understand it as that's the same as the first motion.
No, that we will move on. Like we discuss it, we adjourn, and we move on with this topic.
The third one is to not send it to XCOM, I believe, if I understood correctly.
Yeah.
Because we've now had someone on the record say that it was her, right? So I've seen the video. I knew who it was, but now we have someone saying definitively who it was. So I don't see the need.
Right. We have a third substitute motion not to show the video and to adjourn. I second it. Take the vote.
So hold on, process is, because we were in the middle of a vote before somebody started speaking again, so you were going to take the vote. So I don't know that we can make a motion while we're in the middle of a vote. So the second motion needs to go first, and then we go on to the next one, and then we adjourn. They were about to start the vote, and then the other director started speaking, and then they stopped it.
We didn't start the vote. We're in public
So
comment.
I mean,
It was Terrell.
I think all directors, comments and opinions matter, right? And so that's why we're going back and forth on this. And so we have had Director Andres provide a statement, and Director Nakamura, as Director Sackett, as well as requesting for the video. And so I understand that so do we have a vote to, this is a third motion? So if you could help me, Catalina, where we are.
Is there a second on this motion? Because if not,
So if I understand the record correctly, and would appreciate directors and helping me out here, we had a motion, the first motion that was made by Director Hoffman, which was to send to XCOM and adjourn. The second motion that I believe was made by Director Sakach was to show the video and then adjourn. And the third motion, as I understand it, is from Director Gulati, Lawrence Gulati, which is to just adjourn.
Actually, no, that it would be like to move on and adjourn. Like we already discussed this. There was somebody that already spoke about, it was that person. And so I'm suggesting that we move on with this topic and we adjourn.
I'm going
Your motion
to
was
second
actually.
I'm going to second the motion from Director Hoffman.
To not show the video and adjourn.
Yes, and I want to
Sorry.
thank Director Calloway for zooming in here.
All of the motions that we outlined have already been seconded. So those are active motions.
Not show the video and adjourn. That's my motion. Or that's actually, yeah.
So the third motion, Director Lawrence Gulati, is to end discussion and adjourn.
Yes, please.
That is the top motion that is on the table to be voted on at this time.
Okay, here we go.
Salvador.
Sorry, it's 3 a.m. where I am, and I didn't hear the motion.
Director Wilkinson, the
answer
motion
I'm looking
is that
for
we will,
is yes.
it's end the discussion on this item and adjourn.
Hell yes.
Benicia,
Yes.
Concord,
Yes.
Contra Costa County,
Yes.
Danville,
Abstain.
Fairfax,
Yes.
You're forgetting.
Fairfield, Fairfield,
Yeah, the abstain confused me.
Just yes, no, abstain.
Yes.
Larkspur,
Yes.
I missed Lafayette, sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. Marin County,
Yes.
Martinez,
I'm going to abstain as well.
Mill Valley,
Yes.
Moraga,
Yes.
Yes, please.
thank you.
Welcome. That's Napa and all the cities within Napa
Napa,
County that I
yeah.
represent. Thank you.
Novato,
Yes.
Oakley, Pittsburgh,
Yes.
Pleasant Hill,
I'll vote yes.
Richmond, San Rafael,
Still alone and yes.
thank you. Sausalito,
Yes.
Solano County, Vallejo,
Yes.
Walnut Creek,
I like that abstain thing.
thank you. And motion passes.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening. Drive safely. Appreciate everyone's work tonight.